This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Sowore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Like, stop, be respectful to Sowore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
I'm very hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You are laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Uncle, right? I have the right to address Sowore the way I like. You don't know what Sowore did to me. So learn to control your emotion. Right? That's the only thing I'm going to tell you. But if you don't want to control your emotion and you insult me here, I'm going to insult you 100%.
Okay.
You understand? You cannot insult me on a normal ground. Physically, you can't insult me. Right? I will treat you like a child. If you insult me physically, I will handle you like a child. I don't care your age. You understand? You are powerful over the camera. So you can say whatever you want to say, but you can't dare say it to me physically. You understand? I can't do like a kid.
Can we arrange the meeting ground?
So learn to control your emotion. You understand?
Okay.
Please don't take him out. I also have a right to respond because you mentioned my name. There's no need to take him out. All you have to do is to meet them or something. And you're taking too long to admonish them.
Comment.
What did you say?
Comment.
I know, but he mentioned my name, so I'm asking to respond to him.
When he gets your time,
No. He mentioned my name.
If you want to make it rowdy, I will take you out.
Take me out, you son of a bitch. Take me out. You think you're a big boy because you're moderating.
Take him out, please.
Hello, come on, don't use such word now.
No, this rally make my blood pressure go up.
Dr. Damages, please, I want Soli to tell us who are the fools on this panel.
I consider you a fool. Yeah.
On this panel, yeah. Who are the fools?
I will explain the foolish statement that you made. When you were talking about Sowore.
I made a foolish statement.
Yes, you did.
You must be very stupid if you don't know how to respect your elder. You are very, very stupid. Are you crazy? You must be very stupid to use that word on your elders. Am I your mate? You are a very stupid boy. Can you learn how to talk?
If you cannot handle it, don't ask me.
Can you learn how to talk?
Mute your mic.
See, don't be fooled with the comment section hype. So
excuse me.
Okay, hold on, guys.
I expected you to ask him to withdraw that word. Nobody is a fool on this panel.
Okay, hold on.
Stupid. Can you call your?
Okay, hold on, everybody. I know we are ranting.
Can you call your father a fool?
No, hold on.
If my father behaves like you, yes, I would.
No, please, everybody, calm down.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. As we say those days, boys and girls, you are welcome to another special day here on Dr. Damages. And we are today's topic is quite interesting. We are here to discuss all the issues going on around the Nigerian and indeed the policies around the world. My name is KJ. I'm sitting in for Dr. Rudolph today, who is unavoidably absent at this hour. But I assure you that we're going to have a good time. So if you're all ready and your belts are tied and you're ready to have another ride, here we go.
And the participants. For me, Africa needs to put its money where its mouth is.
Would you put your microphone where your mouth is? Thank you.
Bakar Menok, that's his full name, but he's popularly known as Abu Bilal al-Minoki. So Trump posted this thing yesterday saying that they have unalived him and the whole place, the internet is on fire. But I have a problem with this story. But before I tell you the problem I have with this story, let me read exactly what Donald Trump posted. So Trump said, tonight, that was yesterday, being the 15th of May 2026. I like to give on a date. Tonight, at my direction, brave American forces and the armed forces of Nigeria flawlessly executed a meticulously planned and very complex mission to eliminate the most active terrorists in the world from the battlefield. Abu Bilal al-Minoki, second in command of ISIS globally, thought he could hide in Africa, but little did he know we had sources who kept us informed on what he was doing. He will no longer terrorize the people of Africa or help plan operations to target Americans. With his removal, ISIS global operation is greatly diminished. Thank you to the government of Nigeria for your partnership on this operation. God bless America, Donald Trump. This was what Donald Trump posted yesterday night, being the 15th of May 2026. Now, the problem I have with this report is that this same Abu Bakar Menok, Nigerian army, have posted that they have killed this person on the 21st of February 2024. Nigerian army posted 21st on February 2024. Nigerian army said they have unalived Abu Bakar Menok, full name, who's popularly known as Abu Bilal al-Minoki. He is the second in command of ISIS globally. And also, he served as a deputy to ISWAP commander Abu Musab al-Burwani. That's his name. That's the ISWAP commander's name. So this same person served as a deputy to ISWAP commander Abu Musab al-Brenawi. Nigerian army said they have unalived him. This guy is from Nigeria, from Menok town in Kaga local government area of Borno State. See the way I don't give you details about this guy. So Nigerian army have said they have unalived this guy in 2024. Today, Trump is telling us they have unalived the same person Nigerian army said they have unalived on the 21st of February 2024. Which one will go follow now? You see how this government have been lying to us. Everything about them is lie.
Lie and lie, and that is why I'm always here to tell you, bring out as it is hot. If they hide them, I bring out. They've been ruling us with lies. The same person you claim to have unalived is the same person Donald Trump is saying that they unalived yesterday night. Guys, you know the story. If they hide them, English Alhaji will bring them out. I did very active.
This is another air pollution in Djibouti, affecting the children now, affecting the students. You can see that students here in Djibouti fainting because of the air pollution. You can see. This is another air pollution. This is another air pollution. Please, people in Djibouti. This is another air pollution in Djibouti.
Everybody is fainting. Please, we need help. We need emergency here. Please, they are fainting. The students are collapsing in class. We don't know, the gas is all over everywhere. The air pollution, please.
Ma, you're on live now. Can you see what is going on? Air pollution.
Meanwhile, Africa's second richest individual, Abdulsamad Rabiu, the chairman of Boa Group, speaking at the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, recounted how he was denied entry into South Africa last year while trying to enter the country with a visa that had expired by a single day. The billionaire stated that he was ultimately sent back to Lagos, but that when he was being turned away, 3 flights from Europe landed and every passenger got through visa-free. Let's take a look.
About free trade movement of people in Africa. And again, I had a personal experience. Last year, February 2025, I was traveling to Cape Town for the mining endeavor in South Africa. And as we landed, and it was a red eye, so I left at night from Lagos to Cape Town. We arrived at 6 in the morning. And as we arrived, we went to the immigration, attended my passport. The immigration officer looked at it and he was like, "Why is your visa?" And I said, "My visa is there." Unknown to me, my visa had expired the day before. And what happened? Unfortunately, our crew did not check the visas to ensure that the visas were valid. We were there for 4 hours, but at the end of the day, I had to turn back. I was turned back to Lagos. But the issue is, while we were waiting, to see whether we'd be able to get access into the country without a visa, there were like 3 international flights from Europe. All the 3 flights were mostly Europeans. I was standing there by the immigration desk, and each and every passenger on those 3 flights went into Cape Town without any visa at all. I do not have a problem with the fact that I was there without a visa and I was returned. I took full responsibility of that. But I had an issue being in Africa, being turned away because I do not have a visa, and foreigners from other continents were coming in and were allowed to enter without a visa.
Drama with the APC Governors Forum we've been watching. Turns out it wasn't just about egos. It was about huge campaign funds and control. Well, according to the Will Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu had to personally step in to settle a massive rift over the campaign funds allegedly raised by APC governors for his 2027 re-election campaign. And at the center of it all is Imo State Governor Hope Uzodinma, the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum. Here's what allegedly happened. Well, according to the will, governors were making monthly deductions from their FACA locations into an account controlled by Uzodinma. The money was supposed to promote government policies at the grassroots ahead of 2027, initially under something called Renewed Hope Ambassadors. Then they created a separate structure, Renewed Hope Network, specifically for the re-election campaign. The funds were supposed to be transferred there, but Hope Uzodinma reportedly became evasive about rendering accounts. When pressed, he claimed the funds had to be expended, no breakdown, no receipts, just the monies being spent. Well, less than 24 hours after some governors allegedly tried to remove Hope Uzodinma as chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, 18 governors gathered in Abuja on Friday to pass a vote of confidence in him.
But the fact of the matter is that the APC Progressive Governors Forum is very united. We're stronger now than any other time. And of course, we are all supporting our president, President.
All right. Again, I welcome you sincerely to this afternoon broadcast. I want to say it's good to have you this weekend and to spend our weekend with you. I want to say that you still have a stake in the matter. If you woke up today and you are healthy, you have taken your breakfast or otherwise, but you are healthy, you can breathe, you can see, it means that God still has a lot of stake in your affairs. It means that God still knows and is having you here means that he knows. You are very important in the equation. And so we are glad to have you today be one of those who also make your own contribution in what is going on around the world and indeed in Africa. I will not waste time, trying to download or even play more videos, but I will let you all come in so we can have a very robust discussion. The truth of the matter is that things are running too fast around the world. Things are going the way we do not even envisage that it will go. But that's what the world is all about. As long as we are on this part of the universe, we will be open to a lot of things. And, the issues going on around the school, that we just played the video, is what really troubles me. And in an emergency where children are fainting, and these are young children who otherwise would not even know how to react. It was, we see people just being casual, and there's no help. Unfortunately, there's no help. I'm just imagining where is the help going to come from? And then the issue of the Nigerian government or Nigerian army, having said they've killed this same Abu Bakr, they eliminated him so many times, and now it's coming from, Mr. Donald Trump. Who do we believe? And just like English Alhaji said, it's like these people are just running a government of lies. Nothing is truth. No, you can't take anything to be sure that this is what they're actually doing until, I remember the time of Shakau. Shakau was killed more than 8 times, and I will want you guys to come in and let's talk. If you have a better superior knowledge, please come. If you have a video that will explain otherwise what we have talked about, come. If you have something else you want to add, which we didn't capture, come. There are many, like I said, many times ago, as a journalist now in Nigeria, you have a lot of sources to chase, so much so that it's difficult to place your hand on what is actually the story of the day. You know, who does it? Otherwise, who has been the governor's forum chairman is all of a sudden accused of being corrupt. Is accused of trying to dodge some out of the 800 billion which they had gathered together for election. The question now be for you Nigerians and for me, where did the money come from since it's not budgeted? How did it get to be there? And if that is the case, if money is being taken out of federal funds for election, who is going to account for it? And is that part of what they have been called to do? There are many issues that we can discuss. There are many issues that are running and begging for answer. One of which is also, if you're from Lagos, of course you know of the story of Desmond Elliott and the chief of staff of the president, who now is trending as I beg my father and all that. These are issues that you don't see any other place except in Nigeria. A man comes to the national TV, or maybe in his private meeting, and is analyzing how the president called him and say, "I hear your boy. Better tell him to get out of there." These are grown-up men. This is supposed to be people who represent the people. So those people who think Nigeria is going to get become this thing tomorrow, I hope you are seeing these things. This somebody elected by his people. The president calls and tells somebody to tell him to get out of there. Well, those who are practicing politicians in other nations, please, if you are online with us today, tell us whether that's how it's done also in your country, whether the president can have the right to call you to get out of there. And then the man calls you and say, you know what, get out of there. And they are proud to say it. They are proud to say it. And when we say we should find a way to split the country, people begin to say, no, you are against. Who even formed Nigeria? Is it formed by our people? Anyway, I want to welcome Mr. James, who obviously is here very early. Mr. James, it's good to see you again, and thank you for joining us. I hope your weekend is going well.
I said thank you for thanking me.
Okay. I hope your weekend is going well.
Well, the weekend is very weak.
Okay. It's very what?
Very weak.
Okay. All right. You have heard the stories we are trying to pursue. What is your stake around, and all the story I've lined up, and then what do you make of it? Is there anything we missed out you want to include? You can equally go ahead and just make that discussion.
I'm sorry. I'm just signing in right now.
Okay.
So I missed virtually everything you said.
Okay. So the first story is the leader of
I'm sorry. Okay.
ISIS leader, President Donald Trump, announced that in collaboration with Nigeria, they eliminated him yesterday, and that he will no longer be in position to terrorize or even plan terror attacks around the world and in Africa. Now, but this same man had been killed 2024 by Nigerian soldiers. Nigerian soldiers announced that they killed him. So the question now be, who should we believe? Obviously, I tend to go with the U.S. news. I'm not going to go with because Nigerian army killed Shakau more than 5 times that we know officially. So, is this the same case of Shakau that we are now seeing with this person, or is it that the U.S. is trying to play, a fast one on us? What do you say, sir?
Now, the U.S. recently, they're still fighting with Iran. During the short war between Israel and Iran, Donald Trump announced that Iran has been decimated. They've obliterated their nuclear capability and what have you. But recent events show that he seemed not to be telling the truth, because from the performances of Iran, sir, I don't think their capabilities have been decimated. Very little or nothing is known about their military capability from the look of things. I'm not a soldier. I'm not a military expert in military science. If he said that they killed the man, it might be true, it cannot be, because you cannot believe a politician anywhere in the world, even in the Vatican City. They are politicians as well in their own little way. You can never believe a politician whenever he's telling you something. I remember when I was a little boy, Awolowo said, if East go, West will go. The Easterners left, or they attempted to leave, but he gave reasons for not going, for not leaving as he promised, because he was looking at it from a political point of view. So political statements and actual statements from people like you and me are not always the same. Not until I see the physical body, the corpse displayed, I will find it very difficult to believe that the man has been killed. But if he has been killed, that is an extremely good news. I have no objection to it. More grease to Donald Trump's elbow in solving this problem for us. Although in internal affairs, but what option do we have? We are caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. So if somebody is coming on his own terms, may God bless him. So that is how I see him. May he accomplish more of this kind of feat if he's telling the truth. But
okay,
I'm never here or there.
This is the statement. Okay.
Yes,
now
I've seen the statement somewhere.
Okay. Why? I don't know why, of what benefit it's going to be if they didn't accomplish that. I mean, it's not going to add any feather to his cap, you know. And
well, they are not doing well. They are not living up to expectation in their war with Iran and the Gulf of Hormuz. These are just ways of boosting their morale. That is, if the statement turned out to be false, because I frankly don't know if they're telling the truth or not. Just to convince the world that we are on top of the game.
Okay, I do assume for any reason that America is not able to execute a war against Iran.
No, that's not what I'm saying. You know, in fighting a war, you know, I'm not a soldier. I have no knowledge of military tactics and science. Look, the Americans, they are capable of doing it. I mean, they obliterated Iran, what's it called, Japan during the Second World War. They can repeat the same feat again, but for certain important reasons best known to them, they are taking a different route this time. So that is how. The capability is not, I mean, nobody should doubt their capability to obliterate the whole planet Earth. If they want to blow planet Earth to rubble, they can do it in less than a second. So I don't think it's because they're unable to fight the Iranians.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. And then there's another disturbing story somewhere in the West, where a level primary school, they had a gas leaking, and the people are running away right now. The children were in confusion and all that. And, you know, we played the video, but there was no immediate response from the government or any other person. I don't know for now, but when that video was shot, there was nobody to rescue those children. In fact, everybody, including the teachers, seemed helpless. So I don't know. Do you have any comment? Do you have an update on that story?
You know, the issue is that I think there was a Nigerian modern musician. He was not there. Well, he was not a musician while I was at home. I think he said Nigeria scatter, something like that.
Yeah, that is Abdul. Yes.
Okay, the entire country is in tatters. You get the point? So what led to it, I do not know. Look at the medical, what's called profession, journalism, what's called the motor parks, the markets, the family, the state house, the House of Assembly. There's confusion everywhere. So if there's gas leakage somewhere in the West, it's pitiful indeed that it happened. But what do you expect? How do you expect order out of disorder? So this is how I see it. The country needs to be totally reorganized.
Okay.
To reorganize the country before going into elections. There's no need for the election. Take it from me, because look at all the presidential candidates. None is talking about manifesto. What will you do when you get to State House? How will you accomplish the goals you are setting? I mean, you are presenting before. They are not promising you anything. The only thing they are promising you is that I want to get into the State House. I'm going to Aso Rock. But what will you do when you get there? Nobody is telling us anything. So this is how I see it. The country is in disarray. So,
okay.
Anyway,
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. James. Is there any other story that you follow that we didn't follow you want to talk about?
I think Showore was having some issues with, is it called, somebody was sent back to DSS custody.
Okay, the story of yes, I have that story somewhere. Yes. What's his name now? Yeah, yes, who was freed, and there was an issue with the lawyer. Issue of ego. The lawyer wanted it to be on his name, and since they were not letting him lead the council, he decided to withdraw the application. There are many sides to it, we'll probably get into that much later. Thank you so much. Ovie, you be like shadow, so I don't know whether I see more of the Tinubu face and Kwankwaso's face than your own face. What's happening? Is that a new style?
Is the season?
The season for
season.
Okay.
As a city boy wannabe. So
okay.
I am taking my principal order seriously, and the order is very simple. Get Mr. President 2.5 million votes. So we are focused. We are locked in on that.
Hallelujah. Oh, it's good. I enjoy your discussions and all that. Now you are not a stranger to Nigerian politics, but like I said earlier, there are many things that one is pursuing that sometimes you lose track of which way is it. Which one interests you so far in this wonderful 1 week we have spent in Nigerian politics? Is it the one of the accusation of Opus Odema? Is it the one of Sore, not and the lawyer and the issue of court? Is it the one of the school children that gas leakage is trying to kill? Is it the one of the journalist telling Tinubu to put his mic where his mouth is? Or is it the one of the Abu Bakr who the Nigerian army said they eliminated in 2024, and today America is saying they've eliminated him? Or is it this one? This is the one that I find interesting. I don't know if a lot of people see it. Let's watch it again, and then you can comment on it. The man some time ago was chasing native doctors out of Onitsha and Anambra State. Now, is it that his son is taking the native doctors, or there's something happening over here? You are in a position to tell us what's happening, because we have not seen this kind of costume before in Anambra State. So what's happening actually?
I mean, that's I don't really dabble into people's personal life. I mean, whoever that is, that's
no, that is governor of Anambra State. He's now, it's not a personal life, but once you bring your life to the public media, which is the social media, it's no longer private. You brought it there.
I mean, my point is that how that affects me.
Okay,
as
go ahead.
Person, or as a person, individual, as a member of the community. So it's just like me. You're asking me to pay attention to every Nigerian citizen how I should be. I am more interested in the people who are in position of public position of power, that their action and inaction will affect me directly or indirectly. All those ones now, Yeah, probably he's living his best life. He looks happy. Whoever that is.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, sir. Let me not fight you.
Yeah, the week. I think to me, for Nigeria, Nigeria and this the the counterterrorism war that is going on in our in across Sahel region, in Central Asia and Sahel region, West Africa, pretty much. So I mean, if you follow the counterterrorism strategy that was published, I think was last week, if I'm not mistaken, and you understand they are taking it serious. It is pretty much the war that, quote unquote, that they won against ISIS, in the Middle East. So the way they are framing it, the way the Americans are framing it, that the jihadists, they've successfully located their base, to that region of Africa, the Sahel region, Nigeria, Burkina Faso, Mozambique, and all those regions. So the war there, so they decided to not take the war direct to them. They relocated their force and everything to the African command. So what they are saying is them implementing that strategy. But as a Nigerian, I think the fact that this is going to be our normal experience, our normal reality, is what I can't still comprehend yet. Because how will the leaders of my generation explain to either the people that give them the baton or the future generation that they failed? Because I don't know, Mr. James, correct me if I'm wrong. Other than the risk in to Gaddafi, nobody outside force don't ever throw away bomb for any of the African soil before in the name of that, even when we fight civil war and all that. Am I right, Mr.
No,
James?
Please, something distracted my attention. Kindly repeat it again, please.
Yeah, I think I said, if I'm not mistaken, other than Gaddafi, there is no time in the history that the foreign country will drop bomb on any African soil in the name of fighting either war, and I even do that was civil war across the continent. There was no time a bomb was dropped.
Well, I cannot answer it categorically, but during the Arab-Israeli war, they fought. Egypt participated in the fight. I did not know if they dropped any bomb in Sinai Peninsula. But the closest I know is when President Samora Machel went to Zambia for certain matters related to apartheid. On his way back, no, it's not a good illustration. I do not know of any. On his way back, the apartheid authority shot his plane, and the man died.
But Mr. And during the Nigerian Civil War, the Allied forces, rather, the foreign force that was helping Nigerian government dropped bombs in the east. What are you saying?
No, I know. I mean, that's why I said they should correct me. I am not making a categorical
bombs
statement.
In the east. They bombed the east.
Okay, right now. Okay, one will argue that that's a civil war, right? I get it. So the point I'm trying to make here is this going to be our reality going forward? Because
very good discussion.
Because
very good. Let's have that discussion.
The war that they are fighting is coming in twofold, right? One, first, the Americans say first is to guarantee that none of the group can build a base of operation that allow them to plot and execute attack against the United States and American interests around the world. That's one strength of the fight. The second strength of the war is the protection of Christians. These were specifically in the counterterrorism document that was produced. that the second stage of the fight is the protection of the Christian, who have been slaughtered at the hand of those the jihadist group. They were very specific. So, and if their initial goal at the war now start to the throwaway bomb, the first one was on the 25th of Christmas. That one landed on the Caliphate. That's the direct statement. So, and now 3 months later, I'll be 5 months later, another one. So how many more before the year ends? Because this is since they target them as a war, and it's a policy that drives specifically for that, and they transfer a lot of armaments for that focus alone. And they are saying they are partnering with the Nigerians. So they are not, the way they frame them again is they are not coming in as the way the previous government or their previous government approach the way they deal with Africa, which is pretty much direct colonization or whatever you like to phrase it. Now they want to partner, according to them, to partner with Nigerians, the local military guy to provide us. So how long will that partnership last? Nobody they ask, right? So my worry is, maybe the next 10 years we will receive bomb on monthly basis, and now since now Christian, now they protect Christian and they fight jihadists. The whole country, I mean, no just surprise when they wake up for any good and see them throw a bomb because some jihadists don't reach that place.
All right.
Yeah, Obie, you are correct. You are correct, Obie. But the issue is that we call for it. We refuse to solve our problems appropriately. This is why this nonsense is going on. We have been caught between the devil and the deep blue sea. Since the days of Shagari, when the Maitasine uprising erupted in northern Nigeria, till today, thousands of people, tens of thousands of people have been killed. And from the look of this, nobody has been prosecuted. So we call for it, and we should stop complaining. That is how I see
All right.
This is a problem we can solve. This is a problem we can solve. If we solve the problem of armed robbery in this country immediately after the Civil War in our own way. We fabricated the solutions to that problem. So why are we finding it impossible to handle this matter? People have been identified as the sponsors of terrorism. What have we done to them? We are eating and drinking with them. They are promising us heaven and hell. My man, we are no serious people. Take it from me.
We cannot solve the problem because, our leaders, because I think we need to put context to not every Nigerian that is compromised. Our leaders are compromised. So they all went in.
Okay, before we get into that, let's see one more what's happening in other parts of the world. This is England. I hope
we're walking up towards Trafalgar Square. The crowd's gone. Parliament Square is already full. The crowd stretched from here to Euston Station apparently, which is miles. Okay. And miles, this is the biggest event in British history. This is the moment, a turning point for Britain, a message to the leaders. Britain's ready for the fight. Right? People are up, we're awake. We're not going to back down. We want our country back.
Okay, that is England and
Mr. The people, the government they deserve. The people get the government they deserve. That's what Socrates said. We deserve what we are going to.
No. Let's not go back there, Mr. Let's talk about what's going on in England. We'll come back to that, sir, if you don't mind. Yes, I am hoping if forefather is anywhere, we expect forefather to be here. Jagun, all the people living in England, come up and tell us what's going on. We need to know.
They are participating in the rally. They can be here.
You follow the news going on. I'm coming to you, but let's talk to Mr. James. You follow the news going on in England. The British people have risen up, say they want to take back their country. Now, do you have an idea who they want to take it from? Is it from the Africans, Nigerians, or they want to take it from Islam? Which is the one? Where do they want to take up from? If you can discuss to that, sir.
You mean me?
Yes, sir. Mr. James. Yeah, let's don't change
you
that.
referring to me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Can you hear me? Mr. James, you are frozen. Okay, why wait for Mr. James? Okay, Mr. James, are you back? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Mr. James? Yes.
Let pass it on to Ovie.
Okay, Ovie, please go ahead. Can you discuss what is really going on in England and who are they taking the country over from?
From immigrant, of course. I mean, is that is it that hard to figure out? From immigrants, that's. But I think beyond some people fighting, but when I mean some people, I mean when we keep talking about the world is changing, but we don't take time to go into details, those things that are changing. I mean, of course, we treat the Iran fight seriously, which is part of the change that's going on too. But the also other part of the change is economical, right? Some people are going to lose, while some people are going to win, big time, and the obvious example I can give is the human robot that is coming, or the AI. So this is not something that we can compete with. So the question now goes, okay, how do those people who are going to lose out, the first group of people that are going to lose out within the workforce, what do we do? How do we do to them? So that's the clash that you are saying, and compromise we have to be made. And in this case, the easiest compromise here is to look at the visitor, so to speak. And who is the visitors here? If you are in England, people that look at me and you are visitors, but I will like it or not. So you are seeing them now, the compromise, they are throwing the immigrant people under the box. It's just the beginning. I've been saying this for at least for the past 2 years now. People think Igbo are the smoke. Europe is going back to where it was in the 20s and 30s. Everybody goes and Papa name. And with what we witnessed in China between the Chinese and America, it means that the Europe is out of the game. Economically, technologically, militarily, they are out of the game. So the question now is that how will they get back to their feet? Because whether we like it or not, some countries are going to be wiped out within the next 50 to 20 years without even shooting a gun, throwing a bomb. Economically, they cannot keep up. So the geography that we are seeing today is going to be redesigned, whether we like it or so. The Europeans that you are seeing today, they are trying to say, okay, how do we survive this that is already here, not that it's even coming? It's to look at the foreigner and say, hey, it's time to go. So it's also direct correlation with what is happening in South Africa, the xenophobia that is happening in South Africa. So the question I always ask is that we are seeing it in England, and I started from America. And America will never even start. That is just like the rehearsal. So which country next? But the biggest question, there is going to be a civil war within the Western world. Which country is going to host that civil war first? That is where my curiosity lies. All these protests, I don't expect them. I expect it to be here. But where the civil war will burst out from? Is it going to be in Atlanta, New York, City of London, Newcastle, Berlin, or Cape Town? It's possible anywhere, even in Nigeria. So something big is, or some people also believe that something big is going to happen. The question is that what is that something big? So, but the underlying reality is that the world is changing, and change comes with new winners and new losers.
All right, Ovie, thank you so much. Let's go to England. We went to hear from people on ground. They what their own take is, and welcome, Jagun. Jagun, you've been in England for only God knows how long, and both the culture and the tradition, and so you are able to dissect, deeper than any one of us will be able to say What's really going on? Because is this not strange for the same people who left their country and ran amok other nations and did whatever they want to do, stole our artifacts and all that, and today they are saying they want to take their country back? Who are they taking it from? Is it from you?
Good evening. Thank you very much for hosting. I'm sure you are stepping in for Dr. Damages on one of those tight occasions. I've got a lot to say, but I haven't got a lot to say. What I have to say is, what I have to tell you is that what may seem like a majority to the outside world is very much a minority. I would really like to speak about the individual who begins this. What's his stupid name? It's not even his real name. The person who you just showed there, the white guy.
Tony Robinson.
Thank you. He's a criminal, outlandish individual. There are times that you can be on his side and speak about the fact that there are so many foreign nationals in this country, in England, and they are, I won't say they're necessarily making trouble, because it doesn't matter what. The foreign people who have come to this country over years have added much more than they've taken away, which is the actual fact of things. I would say that there are many Oyinbo ignorant people here, and Tommy Robinson is the leader of them in many ways. He's a football hooligan of the past. He's a criminal who deals with fraudulent practices in mortgage fraud and all these other kinds of things. And the next thing he jumped on was the immigration detail and what happens to the white working class communities, and offering up space for those immigrants who have come in to take up work and working positions. Now, he has lambasted a lot of the Muslims, which, to be frank, there are many points he makes that you may agree with or you may disagree with. I don't know. But the fact is, because he has been lambasting the Muslims in particular, he has now been backed by global entities, especially in Israel and America. These idiots who don't know anything about the UK or what goes on in the UK, especially from America. Glenn Beck, who else? What's this guy? So it's a few internet trolls who have backed him, both financially and given him a lot of support in actually flying from the States, flying from Israel to be here in UK today to accompany his march. Now, it may seem alarming to the black world, but you can put it to the back of your mind. It's rubbish. They ain't doing nothing and they ain't going nowhere. There was a time that they wanted to come to Lewisham, because Lewisham is a rather mixed race area and there are a lot of black people in Lewisham. So they said that they were coming. Lewisham people, including the Oyinbozo, we invited them to come. Let them come. Grandmothers included were standing with their small weaponry to beat hell out of them if they came near. They cancelled it. These aren't people to be taken seriously, to be frank. Whilst I hear what Ove just had to say in terms of the global changes that are taking place, the upheaval racially that ignorant people basically foster. You know, these are ignorant people, bruh. Which is why I want to really underline at this stage the power of what it is to be a Nigerian. Whilst we are all sick of Nigeria, we're all sick of Nigeria, but bigoted people in Nigeria, people who want to secede from that country, as much as people like my big brother, Mr. James, would see that this country has no legs, it should break up or whatever. The fact of the matter is, Nigeria is almost like a godsend. And if we don't take care of it, we turn into these ignorant, buffonic people who wish to recreate history. You can't recreate history. If Nigeria breaks up, it is such that there was a place called Nigeria, and that place called Nigeria had an opportunity to gift the world with a sense of commonality, which says that of 500 odd different ethnicities, if we can make that work, that teaches the whole world a lesson. Unfortunately, because of the errors that we have made, that our leaders have made, that our leaders continue to make, we are going the wrong way as Nigerians. We're going the wrong way. There is not going to be any such, I tell you this, KJ, the majority of Black Britons, they want to leave this country. They've had enough. After 5 decades, roughly, of being here as a community, they want to leave. They really, really have had enough of the country. The stress of living in England, not be small. Everybody just goes to work and comes home, goes to work and comes home. And that's their lifestyle. It's only the super rich and those who are well endowed financially that have a life in this country. Everybody else is suffering. Believe me, we don't really live well here. We can speak about I'm a Londoner and all this boastful rubbish that Nigerians always like ignorantly to boast about. Because see anything, there's nothing here for anybody apart from going to work and slaving yourself. Apart from that, because see, there's nothing here, nothing. So yeah, I really want people to wake up. I've come on board today to say Nigeria is all we have. It's all we have. If Nigeria breaks up, we as a people become weaker. It's just like that. All of us become weaker. And I don't know whether or not we are able to balance our argument very well. There's people like Pansat, who I love Pansat very much. He's a wonderful individual, but he's a madman. Pansat is a madman. If he feels that Biafra would do anything in this world that is racing way beyond anything called Biafra, it's racing beyond it. It's not Biafra, because Biafra is weak compared to what this world is planning. Compared to what this world is planning, we need each other. I was looking at.
Yes, sir. If I may,
yes, sir.
Let's make a little more advance in the discussion. Now, you are in England. Are you not afraid of the takeover of the majority, some parts? Because the last time I counted, there were over 50 mayors who were Muslims. Are you not afraid? Because if England is originally supposed to be one of those so-called Christian nations, aren't you a bit concerned that the culture and the tradition of the Englishman is being altered by these, people who come into your country and they don't want to adapt or even keep to your and want to seek to alter it to their own, the way they feel, the way they think, the way they want it to be? Is that not a problem to you?
I hear your question, and I heard what you asked pertinently. Take it from who? Who are these people taking back their so-called country from? What is it that they're trying to return to? Because, it was the Romans who brought Christianity to this country. There was no Christianity. Before that, there were pagans. The Druids. I don't know if you know the word Druid, which is a pagan society. That's who was running this country prior to Christianity coming here. So if they want to go back to Druidism, which I suppose is similar to, I don't know, I won't say prehistoric religion, but religion that most of us in this world came from, which is to have enmity for the natural things, the wind, the air, the sun, the sea, the plants, the rivers, these kinds of things is what we gave enmity to all over the world. The English don't want to return there, but that's their heritage, not Christianity.
Okay.
Christianity is Middle Eastern. So they're talking shit. If I can just end like this, I'm not afraid because if Muslims were to take over this country as an entity, there are 5 million Muslims in this country, a country of 65, 70 million people. It's only to who is Christian, so to speak, because they're not Christians in this country. Don't get it twisted at all. If you go to church tomorrow, they're all empty. The only churches that are open are the Pentecostal African churches that are open. The rest, there's nobody there. Homo. So this is rubbish panic. I would have you guys not panic. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Jagun. You guys are on ground, so we take your your testimony as the real facts. Mr. Sola, you are welcome. I see you come in and you go. I hope you are going to be around now. Yeah. What do you make of what we have discussed so far? And I'm a bit concerned. And when I say concerned, not because if England is taking over, it means anything to me, but stability of the world and the population, and the reason for immigrants and immigration becoming a national problem. I mean, even if you go down, if you dig down even to the Christian Bible, you find out that immigration has always been there. People move from one place to the other, especially in terms of census and all that. Our Lord Jesus Christ was moved from Jerusalem, from Israel to Egypt, where he dwelled until the passing of the then King Herod. So migration has always been a thing that's been done, even before the advent of writing in Nigeria. The old tradition and custom says that there was constant threat between the north and the south, and the north and the west, and all around. People moved. No restrictions, so much restrictions. Why has immigration now become an issue in our time? And that's to the point that a group of people who supposedly say they are civilized, like the British people, now going out there to say, we want to take back our country. Who took it from them? Is it Jagun that took it from them? Because I'm suspecting Jagun to be the one they're talking about.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Baba KJ, Jagun, Mr. James, and I can't see the last person. So 2.5 million votes. I greet everyone. You see what Jagun said makes a lot of sense. I mean, if you watch Piers Morgan, I think a couple of days ago, you will see some sort of like nutters that just spewing sort of nonsense. And there was one of them that was just talking, and Piers Morgan asked him, because he looked Asian anyway, but more or less like the Pakistani or Indians. And Piers asked him, oh, so where are you from? And he said, oh, my father is from Pakistan. But he's like, your father is from Pakistan, but yet you want people to have British culture. You yourself, you're not that British, because your father is from Pakistan. Simply because of the fact that he married a white woman doesn't more or less make you as well. But you're a Muslim. He is a Muslim. You yourself, you're a Muslim. I mean, we dub England as a Christian country, in which Jaguar has already said, yes, definitely what they worship in the time past, all their stuff is like in Stonehenge. They're all druids at the end of the day. They're serving the old gods. So, but when you look at it, out of 12 disciples, you always see a nutter like Judas Iscariot. So, and if you have so many children, you see somebody that is more or less gone haywire. This guy that is called Toby Robinson, Jaguar has already explained it. See, one thing that UK need to understand is they are only surviving because of migrants. That, and Jagu can more or less, he can attest to it. They are only surviving at the moment based on migrants. What happened in 2020 during COVID, that when they said, oh, they were leaving Europe, and the Europeans, they left. They knew what was going on. That was what birthed loads of migrants also coming into the country now. If you just Google it, and thank God Jagun is here. If you go to their hospitals, you will see that majority of them that are working, the doctors that I'm talking about, you will see Pakistani, you will see Indian doctors, and you will see Nigerian doctors. You see those three, that is the way they follow. Indian, Pakistan, Nigeria, or Indian, Nigerian, Pakistan. That is the way they follow.
And you don't usually, you won't, yes, you will see some of their guys as well. But majority of these people that are working in their hospitals, in their healthcare sectors, they are all foreigners. Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Indians, Nigerians, Ghanaians, Zimbabweans, few South Africans at the end of the day. So, but they've taken us, for granted. But to be honest with you, I don't blame them. I don't blame them. You don't see much of South Africans traveling outside their country. Not that they don't travel. They travel. But the reality is that if our country was good, imagine, KJ, if we have constant electricity in Nigeria, just constant, do you know what will be going on in that country? Do you know how we would have more or less developed? I'm not saying we will be developed. We might still be underdeveloped, but our development will be coming. Do you know how many jobs will be created through that means? I was looking at China. Have you ever wondered to say, China, they are more or less like probably over 1 billion. But have you ever wondered that these billion people with, Xi Jinping, you don't see them all over the world. Yes, it's not maybe you don't see Chinese people all over the world, but with 1 billion people, at least they should more or less populate everywhere. Everywhere you go to, you should be able to see Chinese people. But no, you see them in how they are scanty. But if we develop our country, and Jagun, to be honest with you, I am of the notion that if we continue like this in Nigeria, we should all go our separate ways. I don't think Mr. James wants us to go our separate ways, but he has seen it in his lifetime. I can say he's the eldest among us here. He has seen it when it was good, and now that is even terrible. And there's a worse day coming in front. So I believe at the end of the day that migration will always become a problem, regardless of wherever we are. Maybe it's in Nigeria. See what is going on in Ghana. See what is going on in South Africa. And even we did it ourselves. Ghana must go. We named it after Ghanaians. We should also speak the truth. But according to history, in which I heard, probably Mr. James will be able to put the fact, check me right. They said it was the Ghanaians that started it, deported Nigerians, and later on Nigeria retaliated. Hopefully, Mr. James will be able to fact check me on that one. But we as well, we did it when things were not working for us back in the 80s or probably in the 70s. So migration is a big problem. We've just got some silly, stupid people that are more or less shouting about Muslims. Yes, does it mean that all Muslims are bad? No. Then why are we having deals with them? Why are we having everybody is going to Bahrain? People want to go to Qatar. People want to go to Saudi Arabia. Exactly. People want to go to UAE. Why are they? If you know that Muslims are bad, why are you more or less going to their country? Why do you want their money? Why do you want the Arab to invest in your country? They are bad, but their money is so good, we cannot resist it. That is the hypocrisy of humans. And I'm not saying the West alone. We Christians might talk and we can shout. The atrocities the Jewish are doing is more than enough. But because we are Christian, you know what, we can't go there. But the Jews are not Christian, for crying out loud. They are not Christian, they are Jews. But does it mean that we don't have Jewish Christians amongst them? We do. But I think that, see, regardless of whatever we say here, migration will always become a problem. And lastly, KJ, see, the West should stop meddling in people's business. They ousted Gaddafi. Ousting Gaddafi caused a lot of crisis. They ousted the guy in Syria. It caused a lot of crisis. They meddled in Ukraine that Putin was managing by itself. It caused a lot of crisis. So I believe, I'm not saying that, look, and to be honest with you, if US was not happy, they should have gone to topple the government of Russia. They would have gone to topple the government of China, because these guys are not under them. They are not democratic. They should have more or less even gone to topple the government of North Korea. Why is it that they have never said they are going to North Korea to liberate their people? Have we ever thought about that? So if they stop meddling in other people's business, we may not have this chaos in our country. And this guy that they killed in Nigeria, to be honest with you, I don't know what US is doing in Nigeria. They've not told us what they are looking for. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I'd like to answer your last question before I move to Bonaventure. The reason why US is in Nigeria is because you guys are the one who go hand in hand begging them for, you know, for subsidy. You ask them for money. You want to borrow. You want them to come and, you know, subsidize what you are doing in your country. You want them to establish NGOs. Okay. So if you go to beg, you then ready to take what is the person condition the person is giving you. Those countries you mentioned, South Korea don't go to, North Korea don't go to America to come and beg for anything. They don't have anything to beg from them. Majority of those countries you call don't go to UK, the Germany or America to go ask them for loan for subsidy, help them finance their elections, help them run their countries. This is the difference. And then even for us who are Nigerians, when we point out the weaknesses in the system, the government itself refuses to take care of those weaknesses, thereby creating more problem for the society. Now, listen, there's a video I played here, and I don't want to go back to it. A secondary school in your country is suffering, there's a gas leak, and people are shouting, people are talking about it. No ambulance, no government presence. They left the whole children to the principal. Okay? To do what? These are the systems that when these people see, they conclude that we are just animals. Okay? And then who can blame them? If you have a secondary school where you have more than 500 people in it, and there's no single, that you don't have any hospital around it, you don't have an emergency vehicle around it, so much so that the teachers are helpless, nobody knows what to do. This is the problem. This is why we need to first of all organize ourselves to such a way that we can be able to take care of our situation before asking for external help. But if we think that every day we come to borrow, like we have just applied to borrow again, and then we are putting our money where our mouth is, my brother, we still have a long way. I don't want to go back to you because I'm going to keep us going back and forth.
Sorry, sir. Can I say just one thing? See, KJ, have you looked at Africa? It is the only continent that does not trade within itself. It is the only continent, and that does not, because they have decimated. If you remove Africa from the whole of the world, that same world will collapse. And that is what I would say at the moment. Hopefully, Mr. James will be able to correct something.
I agree with you. Africa plays a major part, but we're not the only people colonized. We're not the only people that policies are created to not favor them. We have brains. Every other country in the world, all of them, no human being we have seen that have two heads sitting on their shoulder. All of them have one brain. And there's a research I was listening to yesterday. Around the world, every DNA, every majority of the countries in the world have some trace of Nigerian DNA in their country. That means that we have been everywhere. That means that whatever they are coming to, whatever they are doing now, is not beyond us. But we are the saboteurs of our own people. We. I'm saying it clearly. We sabotage ourselves. We sabotage ourselves, and there's nothing anybody can do about that. But I'm not here as a panelist. I'm just moderating. So let me leave Mr. Bonaventure or Oti before coming to Chim to give us what he has to say, because he is one of those people who is His Royal Majesty Sir Bonaventure. So he will tell us who the country of England will be taken over from. Okay. Welcome, sir.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. I hope you guys can hear me.
Yeah.
All right. Hello. Right. Jagun, I think I'll disagree with you because, well, you spoke on this, what's going on in England. The reason is this. I mean, forget the number, maybe minority that come out to march and protest. But you have to look at the issue, really. You have to look at it quite seriously. I mean, there's no country. Immigration is something good, but it equally can create problems. So I think some people have kind of, well, it may be an arbitrary figure, number. Once you have a country, a nation with the immigrant population over 10%, you start having problems. But anyway, look at it this way. In England, these people that are marching, right, it may be a minority, but, and then when they kind of say, okay, want to take back our country, I do sympathize with them. Because the question is this, what are the real issues? Okay, it's economic for a start. And that's where we have to think in terms of classes. Because this thing we call class struggle, it hasn't gone away. It hasn't been eradicated. It is there. But the ruling elite, the political class that make political decisions on immigration, on all sorts of things, the immigrant population, maybe the pressure on civils on the social services, transportation, work, housing, all these things, they don't feel it. They don't live with these immigrants. Okay, and again, you have to think about it. What is the overarching purpose, the economy of it? Again, it does favor the ruling class, people, those that own, the big corporations, global, what do you call it again? The chain. I mean, this kind of global. Call it corporations.
Multinational companies. Multinational
yes,
companies.
I mean, supply chains and all
global corporations.
So they want, of course, cheap labor, and it's much more economical, favorable for them to not invest, in the education of the people. Okay, it's much cheaper, much more profitable for them. I mean, I'm talking about those, the ruling elite, those with the money that control the industries. And of course, if you know where you find them in terms of political parties, Labour, Conservative, they're all the same now in terms of money politics. They all receive big donations from the captains of industries. So really, not much difference. But so these people, the ruling elite, they school together. The Oxford, Cambridge, in all these places, in the UK, in America, in other countries. So they are the ruling elite. That's the class struggle I'm talking about. So it's a lot easier or much more profitable for them to kind of hire cheap labor workers from all over the world, and as opposed to maybe paying a living wage to their population, investing in the education and training of their people. So people marching, you can understand their position.
You can understand. My brother, I do apologize. I did want to bump in. It's only that you put my name first.
Yes,
I can't see your disagreement. I can see your statement in a way. You haven't really made yourself clear to me. And as far as your disagreement, I can't see it at all. Come to that point and let me really have something to bite at.
So I'm talking nonsense. Okay, hold on. That's fine. Listen, okay. Like when I finish, and then if you don't understand anything I'm saying, that's good. So but what I'm saying, okay, is the economy or the economics of it, okay? Now, because the people are losing their jobs, and of course they have looked for scapegoats. They're not getting, perhaps social housing, for example. And then the immigrants, maybe they think they're favored. Okay, immigrants, again, they don't really discriminate between maybe legal and illegal immigration. For them, it doesn't really matter. The thing is this: they feel dispossessed, and you can understand their position. I mean, they are, as I said, they're not the ruling elite, they're not upper class, the upper middle class, people with money. So these are kind of working class that's struggling economically, and then they look around to see their population, the society changing in front of them. So you think it doesn't, they're not going to feel somehow dispossessed or marginalized, or that others are taking the opportunities. That is what is going on. You can't just dismiss it and say it doesn't mean anything. Now, people, okay, look, the Asians, nothing against them, but the way they operate, because of their cultural, the way they have retained their cultural values. They live, they buy properties, and they have a better supportive system, which the British, the Europeans, have largely lost, because of, I mean, they've been the system of liberal democracy and individualism and all this. So, but the Asians, they're much more, and kind of, they've kept their cultural values. They support each other. They lend each other money, perhaps without interest and all that. And then they buy houses, I mean, in most cases cash, which most British, the British can't afford. They don't operate that way. So you look, this is what is happening. And then on the ground, okay? Now for example, here, if you come here, all the post office, if you walk into any post office, who are the people running it, controlling it? You go to like optical services, or dentistry and all these things. Who do you see? The Asians, So this is happening, and you can just think that this is doesn't have effect. Immigration is a problem. That's the way I look at it. I mean, just okay.
What is the effect to you with the Asian population in this country? Is it negative or is it positive in your mind?
Okay. I answer the question this way. For me, I don't really care. The reason? It's not my country. Okay, I'm an immigrant myself. So those that are born here, the question really is this: if I'm an English person, okay, I don't think I would feel comfortable or feel at ease maybe at some point in 30 years' time being a minority in my fatherland. Is a real issue. We can't just dismiss it.
No, it's not. It's not.
Excuse me. Hold on.
No. You've answered. What I will tell you.
So for me, it's not a problem. It's the problem for those who own this land. I'm just realistic.
Okay, I understand you. You don't have to repeat yourself. I've understood you. What I put to you, sir, is that in the inner cities of this country, that's where you would find ethnic minorities or ethnicities that are different from the typical English. As soon as you enter into the countryside, to find an Indian, Pakistani, or a black person is difficult. There are some that goes to the shires, but most of us are living in the cities. All the propaganda is largely propaganda. That's all it
propaganda. That's what.
Wait. I understand completely what you're saying. I've traveled and lived outside of this country and came back after 10 years. And within those 10 years, England had changed. But it was only really the cities that had changed. Big cities. Wait. That there were more minorities within these cities. The thing that you miss out is that when you speak about immigration, and we look at the rest of the world, England and most of Europe, they don't take anybody. Do you know the amount of immigrants that are coming into Uganda and Kenya? Have you any idea? You have no idea, because it doesn't come on the news every day. But if you research it for 1 second, you would see that in the last couple of years, I'm talking, not in 10, 15, 20, 60 years, that like England. In the last couple of years, a country like Uganda has assumed 1 million immigrants who are not from that country. No, they are not.
Okay,
but because we don't know, no, wait.
Compare that to Britain.
It's compared to Britain, it's nothing. Compared to Britain, you're talking about 60 years before you get the kind of numbers that we have here in the UK. But because we don't consider these things, we consider England, America as the most important countries in the world. So that's all we talk about, and that's all we know. What are you comparing it to? What are you comparing the English immigration to? Tell me. You don't know, because you have no idea. What you have an idea of is what comes. Wait, my brother. What you have an idea of is what comes on the news every evening. What comes on your TV news is what you ride by. And unfortunately, when you ride by that, you are misinformed.
It's what
You're
I
misinformed.
see. It's not about news. It's what I see and my
You're
experience. I
misinformed.
live here, okay? And then you talk about
it's okay.
The question. You talk about the cities, you know, inner city. And then who lives in the? Is it the rich people? I mean, the upper middle class. They don't live in the inner cities. Of course, they live in the suburbs. They live in the, you know,
bro. Again,
so that's why I said they don't
wait. Let me put this to you again. Let me put this to you again.
Immigration. And of
You
course,
speak.
it's not all negative, you know, but you just
Okay. You answered the question. You're now repeating yourself. The conversation has moved on, and I put it to you that you figure on class. You've spoken about class quite a lot, and when you figure on class, you have to understand where you get that from. You don't get that from your Igbo nature. You get that from England and Englishness. That's why you. That's what.
About that? So I mean,
That's what you. Well, you can't listen. I tell you what about it. I tell you what about it. It is not human. It is not human to talk to me about class. If you're a human being, you are a human being. To tell me that I'm middle, upper, or lower class, you need a.
So are you saying that class is not? There's no reality to it? It's a construct, but it's a reality of life. It's the way people.
No, it's simply a construct. It's not a reality of anything.
It's a construct.
It's not a reality of anything.
There's no reality to it.
Look. What you're saying? Look.
If we have this argument,
look now, we're having a conversation. Don't interrupt yourself. When you say class is a be-all and end-all, the way you put it, then I'm afraid you put the creator out of business, because class suggests that you eat what you deserve based on your class. Whereas God put X amount of billion people on this planet, and if he's done that, that means there's food for everybody. That means there's food.
If you both of us want to have an argument, then we can have an argument debate. But let's other people, because I mean, just
yeah. I'm just putting
Jago, can I come in, please? Bonaventure, sorry. Yes. I just want to, for the sake of argument or discussion, where are you based?
I'm in England, in Manchester.
Okay, now thank God. I mean, I'm also based in Lincoln as well. So we are the three of us. We're all in England. But the reality is, when you say, "Oh, Tommy Robinson has a point," he has a point. Now, are you telling me that all these people, all these migrants that we're talking about, and he's more particular about the Muslims, did they just disappear from wherever they are and they came down to the UK without at the moment contributing to the economy of the UK? The number one question is this: who opened the door? It's the same government.
Can I answer
Hold on.
He's not going to answer well. He's not going to answer well. He's going to answer some television.
Who opened the door?
That he saw.
Who opened the door? It is this same government. Which areas in the United Kingdom that is suffering from jobs and works? It's not in the city, it's in the rural areas. And that's just the point. You come along, you said, oh, the Indians and the Pakistani, they work together, togetherness, they gather money together. Who says Nigerians shouldn't do that? Is it our fault that they are doing it and we can't do it? Why is it that I'm a Yoruba person, you're an Igbo person, I don't like you? Is it the fault of a Pakistani? And this same Pakistani, this same India, they have Punjabi, they have Sikh, they have all over the whole place. They come in the community and they develop the place. That is why you see them in Leicester, you see them in Bradford, you see them in Peterborough. Black communities in London. How many Nigerians are in parliament?
Bros, don't even compare them. No, brother Sola, don't compare us to them. The fact of the matter,
I'm not comparing. I'm only just bringing a point.
I'm just wanting to put this forward. The fact of the matter is, since the Indian and sub-region of India has come into this country, the enmity that they find with themselves back home, they come here and they come together. Pakistani, Bangladesh, Indian, and Sri Lankan. They come together and make the thing work for them. If you don't see the fantastic job that they have done in this country and you want to complain about them being dentists and doctors, and then you want to say class, I think your argument is completely construed badly.
Listen, Jago, the point is, excuse me. Look, first of all, I didn't complain. We're analyzing the situation. It's not a kind of, I'm just telling you what is going on, my understanding of it. It's not a matter of kind of my a judgment, you know, whether it is favorable or unfavorable. I'm just telling you what is happening. And then I said the people who are protesting, they are on their reason for protesting, and then you think they shouldn't protest, but you have to see it from their point of view. They have a perspective, right?
But
So,
you also have to talk whether or not they're protesting.
Okay.
I don't know what. Sorry.
KJ, Mr. KJ, just one thing. Let me say one thing, Bonaventure. Now, let me put it to you.
Not enough time.
Hold on. Let me just put. KJ, please. Let me just make a point, please, KJ. Now, let me put it to you, Bonaventure. See, in this village that I live, I also live in a village as well. Now, there is somebody that I know around the place I live. She's on benefit. And more or less, our whole family is on benefit. They are white. There is another old woman in which she's also white. She'll probably be in her 40s or 50s. She goes around early in the morning and pick litter everywhere. I don't think that woman is on benefit, but she's doing a job in the village. Why is it that these same people that are saying that they have mental health issue, the other people are taking their job, why can't they take those jobs?
Thank you. I didn't want to say anything because we'll keep prolonging it. It's not about hold on. Let's make traction. All I wanted to point out is this. You see, you said majority of the people, the British people, are in the communities where the changes are felt most are in the towns. Who are the people who make the rules? The people who make the rules. They live in the towns. Okay, and if the towns are taking over, obviously the rules that we made will be favoring certain people. But then that's not where we're going. Let's also give other people opportunity to contribute. Chim, you have been here and you have listened. Which of the stories do you want to? Not necessarily England. You can talk on any other one. Nigeria and the killing of the Abu Badr guy who had, or he rose up again, and America killed him yesterday. And then, of course, other news that you may want to touch a little bit on. So far, gentlemen, we have already done half of the time given to this, allotted to this program, so we need to make a lot of quick movement. Oh yeah, go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you, KJ, for hosting, and thanks for having me. Greetings to everybody. I'm not going to dabble into the killing of the ISIS guy. I don't have a lot of details, and I don't know who the person was or is, so it's no point to me having that conversation. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a convenient killing. We just kill somebody and we try and hype his importance in the scheme of terrorism in Nigeria. We keep doing this. Those are not the people who are causing the terrorist issues in Nigeria. The people causing it are the people who run the core structural things like the Sultanate, or his counterpart on the Kanem side and the guy in Kano. These are the people who are doing this, and so all these people they keep lifting here and there, I don't take them serious. What brought me to the show? I'm going out for an event, so I'm just wanted to contribute before I leave. Is this issue of immigration? Like somebody rightly pointed out earlier, immigration is not new to our generation. Let me put it that way. For those of us who hold Scripture or Bible true, like you rightly mentioned earlier, there was immigration. We don't necessarily see these things from that angle, but that's what it is. The Israelites migrated to Egypt when like you rightly said, Jesus migrated to Egypt, not consciously, by his parents as a baby and all that. But every time a host community to immigrants pushes back, it's usually because of economic and population growth. Unconsciously, you will notice the moment they start sensing that certain populations are gaining traction in terms of numbers, it makes the host people uncomfortable. It always does. It makes them uncomfortable. And to add to that is when they notice you are making economic progress more than they, in terms of how they interpret it, they also become very uncomfortable. So let's bring it closer home. When the British people started asking for Brexit in 2016, it was economical. They felt people from Eastern Bloc of Europe, especially, were beginning to dominate their destiny. And they felt that with the way things were going, The German economy, of course, being the largest and strongest in the entire Europe, that they couldn't compete with them. Then they became uncomfortable. That's usually always the case. Now, but it's funny that we black people, all of us here are black, and then, of course, Nigerians, are complaining about those things. But let me call our attention to some news that happened last week in Nigeria that has immigration issues, even though it's couched in political terms, but it's immigration also. An Afenifere leader came on air on a program somewhere in Nigeria and said, if someone does not win an election, certain people will be endangered. Those people endangered where? It had economic issues, it had immigration issues, because these people live in certain parts of that country that is not, quote unquote, their entitled place of birth. That was in Nigeria. Somebody made that comment. So as much as it's always easy for us when we sit here and we point to the Caucasian's concern in Alabama, or point to his cousin in the UK complaining, or sometimes we point to someone in Poland, how about we look inwards? Is it not an immigration issue locally that somebody is saying somebody should go home to where he comes from? How much of that have we paid attention to? So while it is easy for us to paint these Caucasians and, accuse them of not being broad-minded, how broad-minded are we back home? We see these things happen back home. How broad-minded are we? So I think every time people who migrate to anywhere begin to make progress and their numbers begin to increase, it makes those who, quote unquote, claim to be sons of the soil very uncomfortable. They begin to think and say, a day is going to come, this will dominate this place. Is it not the domination, quote unquote, situation that accentuated in the election of 2023, where somebody won in a place he's not expected to have won, that frightened someone and they began to do certain things?
Yes,
to
is a no man's land
back there. But here we are now. Oh, the Caucasian is bad. Oh, it just happened back home. But we're all, everybody's covering and not wanting to say the truth. I'll leave that. Someone said something about, why are we always complaining? I don't know who's complaining about Arabs and Muslims. I don't. But what I pick out is, as much as I know that when it comes to the racist issues that are clearly documented, is against the Caucasian and white man. But please, can you point to one Arab nation that is very assimilative, that you would say a Nigerian migrator that has won election in that place? Somebody will migrate from Pakistan, from India, from Bangladesh, from maybe UAE. He will go to UK, assimilate, win an election, become a mayor. How many Black people have won elections in UAE? The UAE doesn't give anybody citizenship. Qatar doesn't give you citizenship. They will only give you work permit. Come and work, make your money, and go home. These are societies that are closed. They are very closed. They may welcome you to come out for economic reasons, limited economic reasons, by the way, because you can't go to some of those places and own businesses outrightly. There must be a portion of their people who have control of that business. Is their law.
Tim.
No, sorry, sir. No, I will not allow interruption.
Is it a good or bad thing? Is my question. Take it or leave it. Take it or leave it.
Jordan, let me finish, please. I've been listening. So the point I'm trying to make is this. Human beings, there's no better human being anywhere. It all depends on how the government systems in those societies have opened up or closed. The Western world, like them or don't like them, have been a bit more accommodating. Yes, maybe out of guilt of colonialism. You could say that a bit of that is because they feel guilty, so they try to open up. But the point is, they have opened up. They've opened up, but there will always be skirmishes like these that come up. There will always be pockets of people who will go against establishment norms and say, no, this is getting too much. And that is where I empathize or similarly agree with Bonaventure Oti. You understand? People start feeling, these guys are getting too progressive. We are losing out. Whether it is real or imagined, it happened. But the larger picture I want us to see, and I want us to take away, is that please, while you're pointing finger at these people, look back home. The exact thing you're complaining about is happening in your backyard. The only difference is the proportionality in terms of how the media has hyped it. Of course, the media is not going to hype the Afeni Ferrer matter in Nigeria. It's only local media. Global media is of no interest to them. But what that guy was saying is almost close to what the Johnson guy we're talking about is doing in the UK. There's no difference. There's just absolutely no difference. We can come here for one and just gloss over it and move around. All I'm just trying to call our attention to is let's stop playing this. We come here every day, we point at the white man. It's convenient for us to do it. Our people are doing the same, if not worse. The only difference, our matter is not of international importance. That's why it doesn't gain that global attention. But the UK one will gain attention. The one in the US will gain attention. But it's happening elsewhere. So please, let's be very honest with ourselves. Immigration is not new. People will open up. At some point, it becomes a problem. It's a forth and back situation. And then lastly, maybe we're in an era where I think we need to all start considering going back home. Maybe it's become that issue. We need to go back home and go and take care of our home front. Because that's probably where I agree with Jagun. But do we really see eyeball to eyeball? Can we really sit down as Black people, as Nigerians, and say, let's keep our, fix our nation? I don't know. But I think it's all hypocrisy when we come here and we say the white man did this. We are doing the same thing back home. That's
all right. Can I say something, please, KJ?
No. Don't say it. So you can go around, please. Let's not say anything, please. Femi, you have the floor.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I kind of was caught in the middle of what was going on, and I was trying to come to grips with what the exact conversation was all about. But that said, there was something that came to my mind as I was listening to Solar, and then Jagun, Bonaventure, and now Chim, and he still did not change what I had in mind to say per se. I said to say that on one hand, it's very true, in my opinion, that it doesn't matter whether black or white or east, west, Arab or whatever. Human beings are basically the same when it comes to immigration situation like this, and it just depends on how one wants to dice it. I remember there was a time when you had a lot of Iraqis being welcomed in Sweden, apparently in the aftermath of the second Gulf War. I don't know what the situation is right now, but I've heard, I hope I didn't hear it wrongly. At some point, there was beginning to be news about resentment about how they begin to have a lot of Arabs, namely Iraqis, in Sweden. Maybe not so loud as what we're discussing right now. And one thing came to my mind, and I was like, wait a minute. There was sometimes, apart from economic reasons, cause and effect, and which is why I agree with someone like Professor Maradi that sometimes when one looks back at the other causative agent beyond economic, has been demonstrated by what you were saying now in Palestine, as an example, or even in Ukraine, you begin to see where sometimes what's happening in one part of the world can affect even Nigeria or other parts of the world locally. Again, it depends on how one looks at it, Maybe if there's less interference, and again, according to Maradi and the likes of Meshema, for example, maybe if there's less interference and people just let other people be, there won't be upheavals to the point where you now start having refugees, because that's the other issue. Even in situations where there's not so much economic causations, which will always be there in any case. It could be the case that because of the wars and upheavals that's uprooting people from there, even people that did not intend to leave, that's sometimes causing these issues as well. That's one of the things that basically came to my mind. And I do agree that, and which is why I always point out something, just to land on these notes. I do agree that ultimately, there's a reason why I always keep pointing to the fact that the reason why I believe Dr. Damages came up with the concept of this program, that in trying to look at ourselves locally, we want to look at what's happening in other parts of the world, because we're not there's never been a time in the world like this before where we're so intertwined, whether through the internet. Basically, whatever is happening in one part of the world affects it causes, it has effects on what's happening in other parts of the world. So it's true. I mean, I agree that we should internalize it as well and not just point to other people. But the fact still remains that again, some of what these other people in quotes do sometimes also what's it called, accentuates whatever we have going on locally. That's not to say that we should not look inside and actually look at ourselves.
Okay, Femi, thank you so much. Thank you. And let before Mr. James and Ovie have been the first people here. So before I come to you, Jide, I will touch them. I'll touch on them. Let them, if they have a view to, to share on what the ongoing. I really wanted to move the discussion away from where it is. But I want you to know something, that if you are a follower, a lover of history, you know that most of the countries that their demography was changed because a certain number of people moved into those places and swelled, and when they got the critical mass, they went for the leadership of those countries. And today, those countries are no longer what they used to be. They are a different nation today. And now, having said that, I'm simply saying that immigration, whether we like it or not, if not controlled, will eventually be, a problem to any nation. Except, of course, when you go there, just like the Americans preach, you cannot come to America and say you don't like their custom, you don't like their tradition, you don't like their food, you don't like nothing about them, and you want to bring your own law into their society. That's not acceptable. It's not acceptable to me also. The worst you can do is say, leave them with their custom. You live your life. Okay, that's okay. But don't come and say, okay, because I'm not part of this tradition, I want the law change to suit me. If you wanted the law change to suit you, you know countries that practice those laws that you have. Why don't you go to those countries instead of going to a country that does not have your tradition? Nothing about you is, you don't have nothing in connection, and you want them to alter their own constitution or their laws to suit you. I would never say Igbo people should go to any place and ask that the country, these communities change their law to suit them. It's not right. It's not possible. It's not good. And that's just my personal opinion. And of course, that's mine. Mr. James, so far, is there anything you want to add? And Ovio, get ready. So if there's anything you want to add also. You are muted.
I've got a lot to. Yeah, sorry. I've quite a lot to say, but to save time, because there are a lot of things to discuss, I will send you an article on history of deportations in Africa, beginning from Ghana and even during the colonial period. Maybe you've received it now. I will also send it to you. Whosoever is interested in knowing more about it should contact either KJ or OV, so we can go to another topic. You are muted.
Yeah, sorry, Ovie. Can you just make it short so I can move on also?
Yes, I'll say what we see, I mean, again, another way to see what is happening is through the school of honor politics. I say from two angles, multi-ethnicity versus multiculturalism. Or some people will say multiculturalism versus balkanization, which is what you are trying to say earlier. You are free to come to my country, but you are not free to bring your country with you. It's two different things. I think that is what is that is the fight that is going on. How can we coexist multiculturally? Multi-ethnicity that has been achieved especially from the American angle from the 60s to now. But the idea of multiculturalism is something that is relatively new, right? And as we see it playing out in London, in New York, these immigrants are not just coming, they are coming with everything, they are coming with their country. Minnesota is a clear example about the Somali people. You go to Minnesota, even me too, I'm shocked. That is the only place you go in this country, you see Walmart. When they come Juma prayer or any type of prayer, one man will pray more short. They have their prayer. So, and I think that is what they are fighting against. So who is going to win is just a matter of time. So that's the angle I'm seeing it from. Oh, you know,
Mr. Obi, I sent you something. Did you receive it?
Okay, yeah, I'll check now.
All right, thank you so much, Ovie. And yes, Jude, you're welcome. We're moving to another topic before so that we can at least make some. And I also see Saxonia, aka Boom Boom Ray. Good to see all of you. Let's move on. We have quite a number of discussions, but I don't know. I don't know where to even move to. Okay, let's go this way. Let's watch this, and then we can now all be able to talk about it. Since we are on Africa and migration, please help me listen to this.
Africa's second richest individual, Abdulsamad Rabiu, the chairman of Boa Group, speaking at the Africa CEO Forum in Kigali, recounted how he was denied entry into South Africa last year while trying to enter the country with a visa that had expired by a single day. The billionaire stated that he was ultimately sent back to Lagos, but that when he was being turned away, 3 flights from Europe landed and every passenger got through visa-free. Let's take a look.
About free trade movement of people in Africa. And again, I had a personal experience. Last year, February 2025, I was traveling to Cape Town for the mining endeavor in South Africa. And as we landed, and it was a red eye, so I left at night from Lagos to Cape Town. We arrived at 6 in the morning. And as we arrived, we went to the immigration, attended my passport. The immigration officer looked at it and he was like, "Why is your visa?" And I said, "My visa is there." Unknown to me, my visa had expired the day before. And what happened? Unfortunately, our crew did not check the visas to ensure that the visas were valid. We were there for 4 hours, but at the end of the day, I had to turn back. I was turned back to Lagos. But the issue is, while we were waiting, to see whether we'd be able to get access into the country without a visa, there were like 3 international flights from Europe. All the 3 flights were mostly Europeans. I was standing there by the immigration desk, and each and every passenger on those 3 flights went into Cape Town without any visa at all. I do not have a problem with the fact that I was there without a visa and I was returned. I took full responsibility of that. But I had an issue being an African in Africa, being turned away because I do not have a visa, and foreigners from other continents were coming in and were allowed to enter without a visa.
All right, Rufai, the irony is stunning. Africa's second richest man, a billionaire who's invested billions across the continent, creating thousands of jobs, gets turned away for a visa that expired by 1 day. But Europeans walk right through visa-free. Rabiu is diplomatically calling out what many Africans already know. The African Union talks about integration and free movement, but when it comes to actual implementation, we're still treating each other like outsiders while rolling out the red carpet for everyone else.
Look, I'm sorry, Mr. KJ. Kindly allow me to speak, please, if you don't mind. Please.
Go ahead.
These are the people spoiling Nigeria. You get the point? He thought he's at Murtala Mohammed Airport or Kano Airport. The rule says that if your visa is expired, you cannot come in. Those Europeans who were allowed to come into South Africa, there's a working agreement between them and their government. For example, if you're a British citizen, you are free to come, just like we travel within West Africa. I can go to Gambia, I can go to Ghana, Sierra Leone, or whatever. In West Africa, I will not be turned back. If our governments are responsible, they are running responsible society, the economy is booming, People don't have the need to go out. And when they go out, they don't overstay. They will surely allow us to travel without visas. So what is so special about him? Because he is a millionaire. Therefore, he should be treated the way he has been. He should receive the kind of treatment he's receiving in Nigeria. It doesn't work like that. These are the people who spoil the country. These are people supposed to live by example. They should live above board. In English, when you say a man is living above board, it means his actions is, impeccable. You cannot find fault with him because of his status in society. So he's not in Nigeria, and to hell with him. If I were to be the immigration officer, he would have been locked up to the next available flight, then released from detention and flushed out of the country. These are the people who spoil the country. To hell with him.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James, for your take. But I will say this, mind you, this guy is an entrepreneur, and he has businesses even in Southern Africa. And
excuse me, sir. That is not the issue. The law says, we're all equal before the law. I lived in that country. You get the point? If Winnie Mandela can be flushed out of parliament, if Jacob Zuma can go to jail, so who is he in that country not to be flushed out? He violated the laws, and the law must take its course. South Africa is governed by laws, not by man. This is what he failed to realize. He's not in Nigeria. To hell with him.
So can I make my point? I need to leave.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, go ahead, Tim.
Before he makes his point, I have to ask you, KJ. You took me out because I kindly turned my camera off. You don't seem to understand that. You turned your camera off for eons on end, and Tim turned his cameras off. You didn't remove them. Then you even forgot that I was here. You now placed 5 people ahead of me. Why are you punishing me? I don't understand it. I don't like it either. Why are you treating me the way you're not treating yourself? I don't like it at all. It's the second or third time you've done this, and you do it very easily. And then you even forget that I'm backstage. That's no good. That's no good. I'm here to contribute. You can't even answer my questions because you know I'm correct.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go ahead. When I get an opportunity to talk about that, I'll talk about that. Tim, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So there are 2 things involved here. At one level, the man is right. At another level, he flaunted the rules. Actually, he admitted that he flaunted the rules, because I do not know how you would travel and not know that your passport, the visa on your passport, is either expiring or has expired. But it goes to speak to you how the big manism in Nigeria has been defined, where you own a passport, but someone else manages your passport. I don't think the British Prime Minister or any British Parliament businessman does not know what is in his passport, does not know that his passport, either his visa has expired, is about to be expiring, or has just 1 day. It's only a Nigerian entrepreneur, only a Nigerian big man that owns a property he does not control. Something as little as your passport is a personal item, but you hand it over to someone else to run that for you. As he was trying to let us know that his crew did not know that the visa had a 1 day expiration left on it. Please help me make it make sense. But on the other level, where I agree with him, is the fact that and it's not something. It's something that governments is an intergovernment to government thing. The British men, American men, or Canadians who travel and have access, this is what their governments have procured for them. They don't only enjoy it. The average citizen who can procure a passport enjoys it. There are some passports have 100 and so countries you can go to visa free. You get there at the point they just simply ask you a few questions and you're welcome into the country. Unfortunately, Nigeria used to have some of those benefits, but it has gradually eroded. There's practically no country outside of West Africa that we can go to and is visa free. Maybe Kenya, where we do visa on arrival, because Nigeria has an agreement with the Kenyan government where reciprocally, the Kenyan gets to Nigeria, you give him visa on arrival. The Nigerian gets to Jomo Kenyatta, you give him visa on arrival. But these things happen because of narratives. Like somebody rightly said here, maybe we've overstayed, and when you overstay your welcome in certain places, the government start putting restrictions on that. So I think for someone like him, he needs to take that up with the Foreign Affairs Ministry and the government. They need to start negotiating with other countries to say, listen, if our people come this month to your country to do business, you need to give us some leeway. If it is visa on arrival, or if it is to say, let us have a visa-free entry, so that people like that can go. Because Dangote has also complained of similar situation where he went somewhere and he had to use visa. But in the same place he went to, he saw Europeans coming in without visa. It is not the Europeans, it is not those people arranging it. It is what their governments have negotiated for their citizens in those places. What is the Nigerian government doing? This is within Africa. Can't we go negotiate with South Africa, negotiate with wherever it is we think we have interest and our people go to, where they would have this leeway? It's just a benefit. So in a sense, he has a point, but I'm not totally absolving him from the nitty-gritty of this is your passport. You should know if the visa is still valid or not. And so he cannot escape that. Not this telling us that, oh, the crew forgot. Is your passport? Is the crew supposed to be holding your passport for you? Are you not supposed to hold your passport by yourself? But again, like I said, it speaks to the pigmanism that has pervaded Nigeria, as it were.
Mr. Chin, you've spoken well. When I was a student at the University of Lagos, we used to go to the United Kingdom without visa. There were some girls at the University of Lagos, they go to London for birthday parties or weekend shopping, and they fly back to Unilag on Mondays. You get the point? Now, it is because we've abused the privilege. The economy is so bad, people use all sorts of tricks to leave the country. That is why we lost these privileges all over. So leave the man to himself. What's called to his, I don't even know. May I not speak bad English in public? So, thank you so much.
Thank you so much too. Yes. Let me not go to Via. Let me go to
me now. I was
KJ,
the
I haven't
fourth.
spoken. KJ, I haven't spoken.
And we know. But I was the fourth person. You just did the thing where Ovie would speak again, Mr. James would speak again.
No,
me.
Jide, I'm sorry, I said Jide. Jagun, at the beginning of this program, I gave you almost 1 hour to speak.
1 hour, Ken. Why are you exaggerating? Why do you do that?
That's what I'm saying. You spoke more than every other person. Okay. And we let you have the debate. You became a guest. You see, it becomes a problem to me when people don't even appreciate what you do for them. Yeah, you were coughing. And so I said to take.
I saw that. When I began coughing, I turned this thing off. I turned off my mic by myself.
So, and you're still holding me responsible for that. It's not good now. Let's
it's good. Anyway, not worry. Do as you please. As you are in a position to do as you please.
Okay, thank you so much. Jide, please go ahead.
So I can talk about anything. Is this ranting or? I mean,
no, we're not ranting. We're not ranting. We're not going to. We are discussing the issue of immigration, and we got it down to the point where Isaac Rabiu went to South Africa and was not allowed to go in because his visa was expired by 1 day. And so we're talking about the Pan-Africanism and the intertrade that's supposed to go on within Africa. And our question is, if we are supposed to be promoting that, how be it that a man who is on a business trip to your country comes in, and because of certain things that are not complete, you couldn't give him visa on arrival, you couldn't find any other way to do that. What again, Mr. James has raised, you see, I'm discussing on both sides, Mr. James, so don't feel this thing. Mr. James has raised the question. These people's government were able to procure for them a policy that allows you to get visa on arrival. And so what is the problem why African countries cannot on their own also go out to make this kind of arrangement for their people? Because, I have once gone to Kenya. I didn't have this thing, but the visa was on arrival, $50. You pay $50 and they give you visa on arrival. But I also haven't worked, where I was working. A colleague of mine came from the US, and he thought that, it was visa on arrival. We went to the airport to pick him, and we could see him. He could see us, but they said, no, you guys are you're not going to cross. And we asked the customs and immigration. They said he didn't have a visa. And he thought that he comes on visa on arrival. He can get visa when he gets here. And we said, well, you couldn't get here. I mean, you can't get in without a visa. Every other thing we tried to do didn't work. In fact, we saw him take the same plane that brought him back to America. So why am I saying that? I'm saying that to say it depends on, most times, like the law of immigration happens. The last person in the airport determines whether you come into the airport or not. It's as a prerogative, So if he decides, okay, you can go in, you can go. If you say you're not going in, even if you have your complete everything, the immigration officer can deny you entry. And there's nothing anybody can do about it. Nothing anybody can do about it. So if that is clear for all of us, then we know that we are discussing from a point of understanding. All right, Jide, what do you say?
Yeah, I mean, this topic, I don't know, I don't even know where to start from. So the thing is, first of all, like, I'm going to analyze it based completely from a different perspective, completely different perspective. And you see this thing about issuing visa, not issuing visa, giving someone visa to travel, around and all that. When it comes to immigration or movement of African people across Africa and all that. First of all, we need to understand that we as Black Africans, we Nigerians, because I believe the majority of us or all of us on this panel are from that country. We need to understand that we are enslaved by a Western hegemonic and capitalist system. For me to even begin my analysis, I need to make it clear. Either we agree or disagree that we are enslaved. We are submissive to a Western hegemonic, like my African American cousins will say. They'll say white hegemony and capitalist system. So we are enslaved, and we need to understand that first. Having said that, that means that we are oppressed people, and we do not have sufficient resources. Anywhere we go as Black African people, anywhere we go, either it is US or it is UK or it is South Africa as immigrants, right? The truth is, when resources are limited, we are also competing with other working class people. And when we are competing with other working class people, particularly working class people that are the locals or white working class, when the resources are limited, we are the most vulnerable group. And when we are the most vulnerable group, we are definitely the group that will be attacked. That's number one. Now, talking about that video, you see, one of the major issues that we have, I haven't said that we as Black Africans or Nigerians, we are enslaved by a Western hegemonic and capitalist system. One of the major reasons why we are still enslaved, after over 500 years and up till now, we are still enslaved, is that we tolerate, number one, we praise, and we excel, we push and excel our oppressors. That's why, even if our oppressors are flawed, we still praise them, we still elevate them, we still tolerate them. And that's why we are where we are today. To even make matters worse, we vote for them. We talk about them on this show all the time. You're talking about that man. That man is claiming to be a billionaire. What has he done to liberate Black African people? No, he hasn't done to liberate Black African people. What he has done is he has generated wealth at the expense of Black African people, Nigerians. He has exploited the labor of Black African people. Now, he's now claiming to be Pan-African because he cannot enter South Africa. Because his white masters, the Europeans, they are entering. Now it's not racism. This is what we're talking about. And look at the way that media is probably a Nigerian media. See the way they portrayed it. Like the way my brother James said, Mr. James said it. He made it very clear. But look at the way that lady said it. She was excelling him. That how come they did not allow him to enter South Africa? These are parasite class that are destroying our country. But we still excel them. We still praise them. So what now happens that in any capitalist system or a neoliberal system like the UK or US, when you have limited resources, the most vulnerable and the least powerful groups are the most attacked. Just like the way Black Africans or Nigerians are attacked in South Africa.
Sorry, Jide, sorry, hold on, Jide. I'm struggling not to stop you, but I just need to. So how is Rabiu, what's his name again? How is he part of the parasite that is going on in Nigeria? How has he gone?
So I'm looking.
Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Yes, Abdul Samad Rabiu, who has been one of those people who have, contributed. I mean, at least have flown his this thing. He has been there for. How is he a problem to the system? Because tell me, I want to know.
Thank you. I'm talking about it from a class system, from a capitalist system. And the truth is that African billionaire class, they are parasites to our people. I'm not pointing finger at him. I'm including Dangote, all of them, they are a parasite class. With all the billions they have, you have average black Africans that do not eat barely $1 a day. That's to tell you that these people, they do not care about the development and prosperity of black African people. Like the billionaire class, they are a parasite class. They extract and generate wealth at the expense of poor working class people. I'm talking from an ideological perspective. I don't know what he does for a living. I don't know, maybe he's stealing our oil. I don't know. The fact that he's a billionaire and Nigeria is the way it is right now, just like many other billionaire class, it tells you the mindset of our people. It tells you the mindset of who that are ruling us. It tells you the mindset of our elites. Because these elites, they are elites within us. They are still part of what? They are still enslaved under a Western capitalist and a Western hegemonic and capitalist system. That's what I mean. Claire, you are right. He employed many people, thousands of people. He gave them jobs. He might have developed a successful business. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is, despite the fact that they are adding value by exploiting labor, what have they done to the development of our country?
So that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. Jide, I will not placing the horse before the cart. These are not government officials. These are individuals, private individuals like you and I. They only happen to be in government, in business. Hold on. In a deprived society. Now, if the system is not working, is it the private individual that will sit down and map out what should be done to get it correct, or the government? I'm not supposed to be holding the government accountable, instead of holding people who are operating within that.
Can I respond to that? Can I respond?
You were here. You were here when El-Rufai left Nigeria, came to America, and told them that you should come and invest in our country, that you will get double your this thing in less than 1 year after you have invested. The interview is out there. He said you will get, they will make sure you carry all your money out.
Can I respond?
Now pointing our own person. How many of your billionaires are even investing in Nigeria? Like this guy, Isarabiu. How many of them?
KJ. Sorry, Jide. KJ, this one. Let me just throw this in. Sorry, Jide. Abdul-Samad Rabiu is the chairman of Boa Group. They don't have any business in South Africa. Just to point that out, they don't have any operation in South Africa.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. But what Jide is saying is not even making sense to me, because these are the people who have been running the country and helping the ordinary man like me and you to get at least somewhere to go and work.
Can I respond?
Okay, respond, please.
I know it will not make sense to you, because perhaps a lot of us are capitalists, and that's why Nigeria will never develop. And that's why we're actually self-destroying ourselves, because we still have the mindset of our oppressor. But let me answer your question real quick. We keep scratching the surface when we talk about Nigerian politics, and that is the problem. You see, which class of people sponsor these politicians to get to power? Answer me. Which class of people compete for election to win or to gain power? How do our politicians gain access to power? It is still through this private billionaire class. So whether you're laughing or not, it will sound funny.
No, Jide, I'm laughing because we are the one who say Shore. We have said in this program, Shore no get experience. What does he know to rule us? But you are the same people who go and vote, the same people you are talking about. We go vote them. Okay? When people who like Shore come out, we say, let him go to local government. Let him first go and start from councillor. We don't recognize those people. But we are now saying they are no. We are the problem. Those who vote them back to office, who say the ordinary man like you and I, when we come to stand and say we are not competent enough to hold those positions because we don't know anybody, because we cannot afford 100 million naira to buy a phone. We are the problem. So don't put it on the people. If we decide to organize ourselves, we can take down the people.
So that's the point. That's exactly the point. So the point is, why can't we, the people, we black Africans, we Nigerians, why can't we organize and say, okay, we want to vote for a competent thousandaire that is not even near to a millionaire at all. A thousandaire, a non-entity that is so intelligent and has a vision for Nigeria. Putin, before he came to power, he was I mean, yeah, he had government office, but he was not a millionaire. He was not a billionaire. Hugo Chavez, he was a bus driver. Hugo Chavez was a bus driver. Look at the way he transformed Venezuelan people and reduced poverty in Venezuela. So the point is, it is the Nigerian people that will organize and vote for a bus driver that has a vision for Nigeria, that is intelligent. They exist, but we don't give them a voice because we hate them. I'll stop there.
All right, thank you so much. I think we need to move on. I just want to let you know we have also voted a bus driver. In fact, he's not even a bus driver. He's a keke na pepe driver in Kaduna State.
In Nigeria, your vote will never count.
Hold on. We voted the one that counted in Kaduna State. The guy was a keke, was driving a Okada. He was voted into the Assembly, and then he went there, and then he left the party that voted him, and he left the people and joined APC. And now when Agbada has cost 500,000 naira, and to go about, we have done that many times. They all get there and they disappear. They join this now. They forget where they're coming from.
The public doesn't have any ideology. We voted him because he came out.
How many politicians in Nigeria have ideology? If you are talking about based on ideology, will you have any politician in Nigeria? Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on. Yes, my brother, I speak the truth. Please go ahead, sir. Yes, we're waiting for you, Saxophenia.
Yeah, it keeps muting me again. Thank you. Actually, to your the last statement point you made, I was about to say Ostromole was actually a labor leader, and he went in poor, and look at how wealthy he is today. So that doesn't even matter. You can hear me, right? Mm.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can hear you. We can hear you. Oh, okay. Thank you. Because, yeah. So, to what you were saying, KJ, I usually come on here and there's something I always espouse, and sometimes, I get shouted down. And I always say, Africa is not going to develop until somehow there's a framework for free movement of people all across the continent. Now, admittedly, the northern part of the continent, meaning the Maghreb areas, might be more difficult to agree to that kind of principle whereby there's free movement all over, just a la the Schengen countries in Europe. But one thing I always argue for, excuse me, KJ. One thing I always argue for is why can't, at least, and I always say this on here, why can't Nigeria, assuming we had the proper leadership, take the reins and push for some kind of treaty, some kind of bilateral agreement between all of Black Africa, starting from the western parts of Africa down to the south, where we can all move around and trade around and live without any hindrance. And I think that is the only way we will get what we all aspire that Africa should be economically, militarily, and developmentally. I just always say that. I know there's people on here that will disagree. But KJ, there was something very pertinent you said with regards to the immigration issue. And you did say immigration into that country, the decisions are made by the last person to come into the airport, and that is very true. Abdul Samad Rabi, being an influential person, being a man of his status, and I understand what Mr. James was saying, that South Africa is ruled by laws and not by man. True. But at times, there should be discretion made for certain individuals. I'll say this, at least based on the United States laws. While you have to have the proper credentials and the proper documentation to get into the country. It all depends, again, like what you said, KJ, even you can have the right documentation and they can still deny you. But it all depends on the immigration officer. They have the discretion, they have the power to even allow you in without the proper documentation. I would assume South Africa, being a developed country, or at least an African, using African criteria, would have this sort of provision in their constitution, in their law, because Nigeria does have it. You can go into the country and not have the proper documentation. Are you trying to tell me now that, say, Abdul Samad's plane had to land based on an emergency situation in South Africa, he would be refused entry into South Africa? No, but in his discretion, whoever was in charge of immigration at that time would have let him in. So I think he has a right to have felt faulted, again, being who he is. And then the immigration official should have used his discretion and just let him in. But I'm not trying to dictate what South African law should be. Now, I wish Chim was on here. There was something he said. And Ovi, before I go on, Ovi, multiculturalism has never been an issue in countries. Let's remember that when people were coming into the United States through Ellis Island, they are Italians, they're Irish. The people that were here already also had a problem with it. But today they've all assimilated. They also had a problem saying the Italians are coming in, they're going to change the country, they're going to destroy, they're bringing Catholicism in here, because there weren't Catholics in here in the United States at that time. Most of American Christians were Protestants. But today, I mean, it's been less than 200 years, right? But today the Italians are a part and parcel of the United States. Same with the Irish. Same with the Greeks and the Welsh and the Portuguese being the latest entrants after the Africans. So I don't think it's a problem. I just think we have to always remember, where did this Islamophobia start from? All of a sudden, has anybody ever thought to themselves and just decided to think and say, how did this just balloon out of nowhere? And in less than 18 months, there's Islamophobia. There's Muslims are going to take over the United Kingdom, where they're only 6%. 6% are not going to take over 99% of the country, or 95% of the country. It's impossible. Or in the United States, where Muslims are less than 2%. Some say 2, some say 2.5. But the point is, 2% of Muslims, a population, is not taking over 99% without military force. So we always have to go ask ourselves, where did this Islamophobia always, just all of a sudden, balloon from? And I'll help you out. And it's something I've always screamed on the show. The Israeli government has recently put out another $750 million. These are not things I'm bringing up. This is something Netanyahu, Smotrich, Ben-Gvir, all of them, they've said it. This is why they bought TikTok, for example. They said we are losing the narrative to the current generation on promoting Israel. And we have to promote Israel for its survivability. And the only way we can do that is to change and skew the narrative like we've always done in the media, because most people don't listen to legacy media anymore, traditional media anymore. So now what do they have to do? It's all propaganda. And like Jagun rightly said, what are we scared of? There's nothing to be scared of. So whenever we hear this propaganda going out, let us always remember the source and why it is being done. It is to divert attention from what the atrocities Israel is doing or committing in Gaza, in Lebanon, the same one they've committed in Syria or perpetuating in Iran right now. And they're coming for Nigeria next, and Turkey. So let's not ever forget that. The ISIS leader was killed in Nigeria. Beautiful. ISIS group was killed and murdered in, well, not murdered, they were eliminated in Nigeria. Beautiful. But I say, this is a groundwork being done. This is how I see it, and I understand. I know why I'm saying it. This is they're laying down the framework, they're laying down the groundwork for more interference in Nigeria. And the Nigerian government and the Nigerian people have to get their affairs in order, because these, as much as they are welcome, they are Greek gifts. And we got to be very, very careful. To Tim, and this is why I said I wish he was on here, ISIS has been eliminated. And you're on here calling for the Sultan to be eliminated. You're saying, well, the ISIS is not the problem, it is the Sultanate. Are you now telling us, and if you do, please let us know, that you have more intelligence or better intelligence than the United States government and the Nigerian government? If so, let us know, because you came on here talking about why ISIS has to be eliminated. And to the immigration issue that Tim also brought up again, condemning why the Arab countries don't have that much people, foreigners in their country. That is a lie. Places like Qatar and the UAE actually have more foreigners than their own home-based born nationals. So we have to be very careful when we come on here and we try to disguise our dislike or our innate hate of a group of people based on their creed or their ethnicity. We can all live to let live, without disparaging people or calling for the destruction of others just because we don't agree with their way of life or the color of their skin.
Thank you so much.
AJ, please, can you give me just 30 seconds? I want to just respond to something that was for a reply real quick. So even if we vote for,
and I will not exceed it.
Yes, even if we vote for a dustbin carrier, as far as there's no revolutionary grounding and the structural and economic system still remains in place, the example of Oshomola will keep happening in Nigeria forever. Any significant change in Nigeria has to be ideology in motion. The leader represents the vector of that ideology. That's how revolution in Iran happened, in Cuba happened. Unfortunately, I only have 10 seconds. I'll stop there. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Chagun, before I come to man of procedure, should I go ahead or you have something to say?
Yes, I do actually. Again, I wanted to respond to Chim. You see, he made mention, he spoke in a strange way, which always tells me that, certain people haven't been in the diaspora long to have a real understanding of what the diaspora has done before certain people arrived. You see, we who are black in this country, we were apart from the Irish, we were the very next great immigrant force into the country. And as such, we had to fight physically. We had to campaign through law. We had to push politicians into parliament in order for there to be laws about immigration that gave us some kind of standing in the country. We were asked to come from the Caribbean and from Africa to fulfill positions after the war. In doing so, we have contributed greatly. In our contribution, we had a lot of backfire, reticence for our being here. And in that, we have from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, now 2000s, stood up for every other immigrant that has come into this country after us. In this, we have a right, not just because we've been there for 70 odd years, but because our countries were colonized. Now, I don't know how people take colonization, but we had foreign nationals in Nigeria, for example, who had full control of our country. They were a minority, but they were heavily armed. So they had full control of the country. Now we here who has come here as a minority to the West, we are supposed to take it that we have no right here. Are you out of your mind? Are you serious? You know, he was saying that, pointing at the white man. I don't know who pointed at the white man, or in this country, I can tell you that the white people in this country are fantastic hosts. I can tell you that. As somebody that doesn't even necessarily have Oyinbo friends. I don't have Oyinbo friends in this country necessarily. But do I like them? Yes, I like them. They are funny people. They are people with a great history, whether we like it or not. They have a history. They have a lot to be respected for. However, does that mean that I cannot critique them? Does that mean that they're free to do what they want because they are Oyimbos over the last 500 years? They've been in control. Is that why? Look, the way we black people, especially us Nigerians, see things, we are very personal and personalized. Just listening, if I can finish, just listening to Mr. James and one or two others speaking about Rabiu, you're speaking about him on a personal level. You're not speaking about him in an Afrocentric level at all. Your personal bullshit is yours. You keep it. Should an African be able to travel to South Africa and his visa is 1 day overdue for renewal and not give him some kind of leeway? I think you can't be personal in this kind of level. You can't be and want me to take you serious, because I just know that you're being personal. You have your own angst, so now you're bringing that to the table as though that's what we should be discussing. We're not discussing your angst. We're discussing whether or not this level of Pan-Africanism is fair, especially when he tells you that after he got off and was refused, there were 3 planefuls of Oyimbos without visas who were allowed in. You have to be serious if you want me to take you seriously. I can't take you seriously based on your myopic, self-opinionated point of view. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I know that Mr. James will want to respond.
There's nothing to respond to.
Okay.
Say it to you, Brian.
Let him wait for his turn. Now let's go around.
That'll be okay.
It's not necessary for me to respond.
Yes, it's
That
not. Thank you for not responding. Can we just tweak this topic a little bit and move on to another thing? Because my time is.
I think sorry, if you don't mind, on the visa issue, I think we are missing the point here that Rabiu is trying to make. I think there is a movement that is actually unfolding within the continent for Africa to travel, for Africa for Africans, for Africans to travel freely within the continent. This border restriction, this visa, this passport policies of the colonial masters. It's high time we do away with it. And I think I appreciate him because we need people of that caliber to be at the forefront of the movement. And if you follow the movement that he belonged to, Rabiu Musa, which is a African CEO Forum, he has been pushing that he put the agenda front for us. So what happened to him in that report, he just used it to buttress the point or the fight they have been fighting. So the movement is ongoing, and it is not come to light into the mainstream because people like him haven't taken upon themselves. He is not just the only one. He's not the first person to be making that point. Dangote is also at the front of it. And I think we should appreciate these kind of people. They have a bigger platform. And it's a conversation that is ongoing. And I think there's a need for us to key into it. If other countries are not doing it, that doesn't mean we should do it. If I leave Nigeria and I'm going to South Africa, I'm going to Kenya, how to cross border should be the least of my worries.
Okay.
Again, and that's where I disagree with Chima. I don't see any billionaire on this planet that is directly processing the visa by himself. It doesn't work like that. These people have a split of work unless you don't understand what a billionaire is. A true sense of a billionaire don't even know what color of passport he is if you want for the sake of.
All right. Thank you.
Can I speak on this topic before you move on to the next one? Just a minute.
Okay, a minute.
And again, sorry, on the Qatar issue, Qatar have 3 passports. One at the top of that passport is the Altanis, if the Altanis family. Those ones are top of the food chain. Then we have the ordinary Qataris.
than the expatriate passports, which is what they are giving the Africans, the Egyptians, anybody that comes here, the Americans. It is called the Qatari passport. It's a level you get you to. So I know this because I work in that system for 2 years.
Thank you for that clarification. Me, I don't even know that one. Education educate me now. All right, go ahead. Man of prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ovi, for bringing that up.
Talking about Bua, I heard I don't know the whole story, but you just brought it out briefly when I was listening earlier. I mean, I kind of come with a different perspective in this. An isolation visa, restriction, doesn't necessarily imply any kind of Afrophobia. I mean, but having said that, judging by the history and what has been happening recently, I can see where somebody can, classify it like that, that he's been denied a visa because he's an African, even at all, he's well known, a businessman, I don't know where he ranked in terms of billionaire in Africa, maybe 4th or 5th. But having said that, the history of South Africa or what has been, going on recently can tell, people, I can see how people read it that way. But having said that, I think Africa has a problem, because we so call about unity of Africa, that is not actually happening. It's more difficult to travel within Africa than traveling, overseas or Europe, if you see it. And we're supposed to call ourselves African unity, we want to no barrier for traveling and that, but that's not really happening. So in my own opinion, I think Africa has a problem. The so-called free zone of Africa is not actually happening. They need to rethink about African unity, and that's a problem. I don't know where we go from here. Okay, we are like a house divided. That's where we are right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I agree with you. We're not even agreeing on anything. Recently, Togo, so are saying Nigerians must go. Even Togo, Nigerians must go. So you just wonder whether the blasting. What is wrong with it? What is wrong with it? Well, as we try to change topic, are we? There's a young man I admire so much. His creativity is, to another extent. Let us have him entertain us while we change topic.
What's the matter?
KJ, you know, go make heaven for this, so you can see you for heaven, I will complain.
Okay, that was a young man. We are trying to encourage him to start his own personal troop. He will go a long way. His father chased away the native doctors in Anambra State, and he's trying to recuperate and bring them in.
Collect voters card is the property of the individual who has the right under the constitution to exercise. So that in itself is an indication of electoral fraud before the event. So I think Senator Wasiu Eshilokun will have to come and explain to us why is the one sponsoring an event where they are distributing money. They are even using an envelope containing the president's picture. Yes. And they are saying Bola Ahmed Tinubu empowerment program. Where is that money coming from?
I just want to take your quick takes on this video.
Okay, very quickly. This incident, this event that you showed, I thought I saw it on social media.
Yes,
and it said that the person who organized that event.
So there are different events I put together.
But this particular one
with the,
that I'm seeing,
the Ghana must go by.
The Emelocon uniform.
Yes.
And this envelope that is being shown was an event organized by Senator Wasiu Eshilokun Sani, who is the representative, the senatorial representative from Lagos Central. Before he went to the Senate, he was deputy speaker in the Lagos State House of Assembly, and then he succeeded Senator Oluremi Tinubu as the representative from Lagos Central. So they called it empowerment. But the empowerment, what we have seen here is a spectacle of Ghana must go, of the distribution of envelopes, with persons being told that, don't worry, you will all collect. Now, this is why they were...
Okay. That is the how it looks like. The election is shaping up after all, and our president has this to say.
me, Africa needs to put its money where its mouth is.
Would you put your microphone where your mouth is?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That was funny, man.
Okay. Zena was able to tell our president to put the microphone where his mouth is.
That was funny.
Now, this is the problem we have. You see, the question she asked is very important. Why is there no African trade, inter-trading with Africa? And she even went ahead, because while he was trying to be vague about it, she brought him back to what he said. Why don't you start it? Why don't you, Nigeria, start it? You have the biggest economy. You have the biggest of everything. You have the biggest population. So why is it difficult for us to craft a policy in Nigeria that can affect and assimilate every other African country to that fold, so that we can now have a more level playing ground or more bigger field to play in, rather than waiting for Europe to come and do it for us? That's the question Zainab was asking the president. Some people on the internet say he distinguished himself by answering properly. Others say he didn't answer properly. Gentlemen, what is raising, and that will be our last topic before we call into further. Why is it difficult for Nigeria to use its weight, its population, its wealth, to be able to, drive a force through Africa that will liberate the whole of Africa, knowing that every 5 Africans, that you meet, maybe 1 or 2 or 3 must be a Nigerian? Why is it difficult for us to have a policy that can allow us be able to actualize what we see in other nations? Thank you.
Who they go? Who they go?
Yes. Well,
I need to start.
Why is the guy called? I saw him 2 minutes ago. Now, Benson Emmanuel is here. All right. Yes, he has left. Go ahead, Ovie.
Okay. Thank you. I think that question is very important. It also tied to the visa issue. But first, to the first video you show, the young man that is dancing, I think without you being spinning it, I don't know why you are playing that video, which also boiled down to the question of multiculturalism and multi-ethnicity that I talked about. Boom Ring, I think you made my point, maybe because you didn't hear me clearly when I said in the first place. I wasn't saying that multi-ethnicity is an issue. It is not an issue until 1963 for the Black people, where they are fully assimilated, right? One of the shock that brought him to there was not that they just accept them then to vote, give them all the rights possible, but they also accept them into the workplace. The idea of white only, Black only has gone. So yes, totally agree with you. It wasn't welcoming at the beginning, but in the long run, they achieved that. But so the next conversation that has been going on, even back to the days of Obama giving the LGBT right and all that, is not that question of the multiculturalism. How do we assimilate other group of people into quote unquote Western system, right? We saw the election of the mayor of London. So it's also part of the assimilation. It's also part of the argument that is going on. It's just getting to the peak of that conversation. That's why we are seeing it blowing up. It has been going on over and over. And I believe that the multiculturalism is going to win. Maybe last, technology will be the decider. If you know what make I stay in your country, I go live for my own enclave and all that kind of a thing. But back to the question that you asked, why we know if we trade within ourselves. First of all, we have to take care of the issue of the free movement, which is the likes of Rabiu are championing. And I am more emphatic about the man, Rabiu and his class, because in terms of the Nigerian question, there is a clear difference between their generation and the class of 66, for instance, so to speak. The class of 66 are pretty much beholden, first of all, quote unquote, to the British Empire, right? Their policies, foreign, modern, everything is tailored and is enforced or is given to them by Chatham's policy. then the infusion of the American power. So those class of people, the 88, behold to them. That's why when we argue, they are still able to control the country up to now, 63 years and counting. But if you now look at the class of Rabiu, the Dangotes, not just that they are native breed, even how they make their money, whether you disagree with their capitalism or whatever. But once you have to give it to them, they didn't need to go outside and look for dollars or pounds to actually start and grow what they have today indigenously. So their mentality is different. And we are beginning to see that even with the advent of Obi, the core Obi financier or supporters are the working class people. Those people who are within their born in the 60s, in the 60s, 70s. So they are the one championing this free movement within the continent, and most importantly, the free trade. So because most of our trade policy, I mean, let's go by the New Hope agenda, is anchored on what the World Trade Organization, the IMF, and whatever that is giving them money to finance. So those people dictate directly how they should implement and how things should work. So that's why even the conversation around West African currency that that gathered a lot of steam a couple of years ago just died like that, because the organs, the foreign influence, the externals don't want it to happen, because if that happens, that is the first stage of development. Right? And they are going to be more disadvantaged in terms of their economic activities in the country. So that is the fight that is going on from our own perspective. So this generation, I think they deserve every support. Yes, we disagree with them with the way they practice their business and all that, but they're actually fighting the cause that if you don't look into deeply, you might not actually understand now. So the free trade starts with free movement first. I think once they achieve that free movement, it's just a matter of time. The free trade will follow suit.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm just a bit concerned. I'm not sure that you actually addressed that issue, because that was the same thing that I think Zainab at the end of our interview, I think she too was as lost as maybe many of us, because people didn't answer.
No, you said why did Tinubu and why did Tinubu start out?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I just said that our policy is building to the external sponsors.
Okay, so
dictate. That's what I said.
Right.
They dictate how we should run our policy for us. So if policy
that's it.
Just within the
now my next question.
I think he actually answers. He answers very well.
But again, the second part of it.
My question.
They support the likes of Rabiu, because they are actually championing that in terms of actually why Nigeria no startup. Dangote was in Tanzania recently making case how they are going to build a refinery for East.
Okay. So, meanwhile, Rabiu is building a refinery in Akwa Ibom. Let's just put that in.
He built a cement factory in my village as we speak. Roads, they build roads, build housing with my own village.
And those places where he's building those things, he's not going to bring people from his village to come and work there. It's going to be the community that will work there.
Yeah.
But whether we like
they
not,
do road for us, they
if we have all of them doing the same thing in Nigeria, I think Nigeria will have a better place. So I much as I will have some things against certain policies that some of them put, but they are still helping to develop the nation. And so the next question will be, Oti, do you know of any country in the world or in Africa, let me not reduce to the Africa, that have followed the World Bank and IMF policies and strategy that have become developed? Because I'm yet to know anyone. That's the one, when we were in primary school, when they introduced SAP, that was when it became scarce. We had to go and queue for bread. So do you know? Because Nigeria have not become the same after that.
I see. Right. No, I don't. And if you ask me, well, it's just look, when Jide, for example, talks about this ideology, and I was just asking him what he really means by ideology. For me, the problem is the economic system of, the West in the Western world. There are so many problems with that, okay? And for we Africans, developing nations, my view, is that we just have to sit down and, think hard about the kind of economy and society we want to build. looking up to the World Bank or IMF is that's even for me is a nonsense. So the prescriptions and is serving the interest of, if like, the owners of capital. I'm talking about the large multi-corporations, multinational corporations, the global banks and financial institutions. So anybody, any government, any country taking their prescriptions, listening to them, and following their program has no future. So and quite seriously, this is a task for, well, our let me say so-called, if like, intellectuals, the professors and the economists and the social scientists. We have to think about what suits us, how the kind of development we want. Okay, it's not what works for in Europe or what is not working for them. We don't have to follow them. We have to follow their system, their pattern. We have to, for example, look, it's now, for example, let me again refer to Jide when he's talking about to be concrete, like for example, if these our billionaires, rich men and women, they honor these if like the mainstay of the economy of a country, we're talking about something like refinery or maybe factory, industrial conglomerates. In other words, really what develops a country, a nation. Now the question for me is, now what do Nigerians own? What do Nigerians own? I mean, Nigerians, right? What is our wealth? What is the basis of our wealth? And from which we can provide for ourselves. So if we have individuals, right, owning banks, big financial institutions, owning refineries, owning all these things. So what is the wealth of Nigeria? What do Nigerians, the population of over 200 million, what do we have? Just debt, which a government has kind of, the government has borrowed and squandered the money. So Nigerians only have debt to pay, liabilities. So the system for me is not working, and it's for us to think about there was the design, the system that works for us. So it doesn't have to be this system of this kind of well, call it market economy, but it's capitalism, right? And with the where you have a profit making the only kind of the driving force in the end, as opposed to the means, right? Because a company, any business, any company should be acting, engaging in production, making goods or services or whatever it is producing or making. Profit should be, if like the means, okay? It should be an index, a signal that is succeeding, but that shouldn't, the profit making shouldn't be the goal, the end of it. Rather, it should be the means. So, there's a lot there really, because that is kind of the debate or the we should be having. Well, I don't mean here, but such debates ought to be had. Really, what kind of economy, right? Is it an economy where 1% of the population owns 70 to 80% of the wealth of a country? I mean, that is madness. Where are we going with that? Are we not? We are slaves. We are enslaved in a way, because people only just work and toil to hand to mouth. So what kind of life is that? Where is the opportunity for them to kind of have a more fulfilling life? To have recreation, leisure, to develop themselves. So that is the way I'm looking at it. So Jide has a point, but it's the only issue is that every debate for him revolves around the contest between capitalism and socialism. No, but it's a proper debate to be had. But it has to be had in proper context. A time has to be made out for it, so that we can really canvas all the issues. It's an interesting one, and it's something one I really think is very important and very vital. If you're talking about national development, and we can't avoid such questions. This is those are the fundamental questions in nation building. Is as important as, look, how do we want to be together? Because that question is not, for me, is not answered. It's not a given. Okay, no country, not Nigeria, is a nature of fact, or is fact of nature. No, we have to discuss it, and then if it needs, and also look, I have to come to what Jagun said earlier. That if Nigeria is I don't know, maybe it's dissolved or whatever, then we are finished. No, I don't think so. I don't think so. So in other words, there must be other alternatives, other options, and it doesn't mean that if we have kind of some sort of disintegration or reconstitution or reformation, we won't have the opportunity to cooperate, to act in solidarity, even as Nigerians, as Africans, as Black people. I don't think so. We have to be open to experimentalism. So nothing is not. I don't think anything is kind of is closed. Anything is foreclosed. We have to have an open mind. So that's the way we'll
okay. Thank you so much, Mr. Oti. Thank you. And yes, Jide, I want to go to Femi first. He's been around. He has not spoken for a while. Yes, Femi.
Why are you calling me Jide?
Oh, sorry.
Like
I'm sorry. All right, go ahead, Femi.
Okay, so I was gonna start by remembering a quote from Charles Darwin in The Origin of Species about how it's not the strongest of a species or species that survives, but the most adaptable. So to your question, it's quite evident even when you start from Nigeria and you spread it out to virtually every single, let's say mostly Black African country as an example, that even when you start from the institutional level, just the framework itself, and then when you now pivot into the fact that first of all, we don't have infrastructures. We're still grappling with that, even from the Nigerian angle. Not to now talk of when you look in terms of, for example, when you look at the Belt and Roads initiative that China, for example, has been spearheading for a while now. Just today, as an example, I only just realized that this high-speed train, and that's not to say that I'm trying to promote Nigeria to that level, we're nowhere near that, but just an highlight. I just learned that they're most likely to complete that same high-speed rail into North Korea, and then it's going to extend into Russia. Because if you look at the map, you see how they're aligned. Now, I say this to say that if that's the starting point for me, you look at the case of electricity, we're nowhere near industrialized. That's why when you look at how much we continue to export, for example, in the case of Ghana, unfinished products to the likes of, is it the Netherlands now, for example? Is it Switzerland or so? To make cocoa as an example. And of course, copper from Zambia. I know the Chinese apparently are building something for them, but majority of what they're digging from the earth is still being exported in return for finished products, which would probably even cost even more. We basically cannot make finished products, and a lot of the same countries in Africa, for the most part, are importing the same finished products which they do not produce, which only buys into the reason why we do more imports rather, or a trade with European and maybe even Asian countries and America than we do among ourselves. And then on top of that, of course, there's a case of that's all about weak industrialization and even just general government policies. And then as much as one does not want to delve too much into colonialism, if you look at our colonial past, part of it is still affecting us. And it's a case of us not, as much as possible, trying to get to grips with the fact that we stand to gain a lot more from building our own capacity vis-a-vis like railroads between countries, increase the air traffic. And of course, that again brings up its own issue in itself. How many countries in Africa, as we speak, are even viable as countries by themselves? Not to begin to talk about this kind of things I'm referring to. And of course, that buys into the fact that there's also a lot of, wars and upheavals. For example, if you have to navigate within the Sahel now, I'm not sure that you're confident in yourself. For example, KJ, to even make a trip between Lagos and maybe Ondo, not to talk of trying to go as far as Niger or what have you. And of course, you can't take away the fact that the not so small matter of problems like custom delays, and you see the problems you even have when you even send things from abroad, not to even talk about within ourselves. There's always that problem. And if you have to go by road, there will be issues of checkpoints. These are the kind of, and of course, the political dynamics that come into play as well. Instability all over the place. Remember when you also had the case of closed borders between Nigeria and Benin Republic, and all kind of shenanigans. And of course, you see what's happening even with the likes of the Sahel, the Nigerian Republic, for example, and Nigeria under Tinubu, when the issue of the generals that took over the Sahelian countries came to play. So, and then, of course, there's also inconsistencies in policies. We're all over the place, basically. We're not organized. We're only organized to the point where we'll continue to go to like the likes of France, to Britain, because again, as much as one may want to blame the Western world for certain instabilities that occur within ourselves, we're also the reason on the other end that we continue to heap some of these things on ourselves. Finally, just to add to what I've been thinking I've been thinking out loud before you turn to me, there's also the issue of currency exchange. But who is actually going to sit down? Is it going to be the East African countries, their own association on one hand, and ECOWAS, the SADC, the AU that doesn't even really exist and is not really independent? Who's actually going to sit down, and whose interest are we going to be acting on? So we're all over the place, and first of all, we have to get our act together as individual countries before we even begin to talk about African intertrade policies and trying to make ease of doing business, trying to make things easy. And let me just land on this note. I do agree with whoever mentioned the fact that it's not necessarily the government that are necessarily going to end up doing things. It's individuals like the Boa guy, the Dangotes of this world, and the other millionaires and other people that actually have interest. Yes, hate or love them, at least they're doing something within the continent. As far as Dangote is concerned, I do not know of anywhere in the world where he's investing. So, I mean, there's a lot to be done. We have a long way to go.
Thank you so much, Femi. I just want to tell you, based on your last point, that Dangote just went to court because the Nigerian government just issued new import license.
Yeah, I saw it. I was just shaking my head. We're not ready.
You see what I'm saying? Saying we are the one that sabotage our own people. We. It's not anybody. It's not any Oyibo man anywhere. Dangote, if Nigeria decide to buy all of his petrol, we'll not even be able to finish everything. But we're still issuing fresh import license just to sabotage the man. What else? So I have quit blaming any Oyibo country. Even if I see them tomorrow carrying my father's village, I will not say anything. I'm telling you, I will shake them because it is we. Now we like it. We like it. Somebody put in 20 billion for what people have not been able to do, and he's giving you the supply, but you still want to make sure the man fails.
KJ, remember what I always remind you of, that the people are falling in love with the oppressors.
Anyway, you see, I don't want to get emotional because sometimes I go to bed, I just ask myself, which can't thing be this? You know, what is wrong with our people? What? Okay. Now, for the purpose of even trying to synchronize or streamline our exchange rate, it's not going to happen. Didn't we try before? The echo was what was going to happen, and the French West Africa sabotaged it through Emmanuel Macron.
Ghana.
Yeah. So, and that came to a nothing. So I don't know. When I come here, I just come to try to, sometimes just my frustration, listen to people, and maybe I feel better when I do that. But most of the time, you guys bring out the worst of the things that are going on, and you begin to just ask yourself, what kind of people are we? Yeah. So I want to give Benson an opportunity instead of going straight to you, Jagun. Benson, Adama wants to finish me if I don't call you. So let's have you speak.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you,
Dr. KJ, and all the whole panelists. Good afternoon, good morning, good day, wherever you are. I want to talk about the issue of South Africa refusing Rabiu, the visa. You see, somebody said about discretion. South Africans have a law, and everybody maintains that law, no matter whom you are. They don't behave like Nigeria. They don't behave like some other West African countries. And that is what makes them to be strong, and what makes them going forward. You see, if a minister in South Africa, a serving minister goes to the bank and is not in the queue, it's a problem. A South African minister goes to the bank, he wants to withdraw money and he jumps the queue, it's a problem in that bank. The citizens those there in that bank will vote, they will say it can't happen. So that is what is happening in that country, South Africa. In Nigeria today, you see that there is an ISIS leader who was killed in Nigeria. Why was he? Why is an ISIS leader in Nigeria? Because those people have not been profiled. If they have been profiled, they're supposed to know who is ISIS leader, who is this and who is that. But in that area of the north, or even in the whole country, people do whatever they like. I heard that man goes out from Kano airport every time he goes to Pakistan, he goes to this, he goes to that country, he goes to that country, and everybody's looking at him. But in South Africa, such a thing cannot happen. Even in Namibia, it can't happen. Even in Botswana, it can't happen. You see, that is why Nigeria is where it is today. We do things, never mind, do things with like that man, Bill. He knows what he's doing. He believes that when he goes there, when they say I'm a billionaire, they will take him in. That is how what you say. I'm a billionaire. If I go there, they will do that visa there. Or even they will allow me in as long as I'm a billionaire. But that people, that South Africa, they don't know who's a billionaire, who's not a billionaire. Even their president today goes to another place or wants to bring somebody in without visa, they will never allow him. The South African people cannot. You see? So that is what is happening in South Africa. In Nigeria, we have become like we are slaves in Nigeria. You see? All these people, all these visas, something they're talking about. South Africa was giving Nigeria visa before, easily. Anyhow, they're giving Nigeria visa before. If some people come to South Africa without visa, which how many years ago? I think that something years ago, Nigerians go to Malaysia without visa. Nigerians go to Singapore without visa. But with no privilege, you are called because from Nigerians. You see, Nigeria is not that privilege. Many countries in the world today, Nigeria goes there before without visa. But all those things today is no more. Because one, the citizens, the crimes they commit in the other countries. Two, the government itself. You see, who will see Nigeria today? Other countries, who will see Nigeria today? With the kind of terrorism in Nigeria, with the kind of complicity of the military, the complicity of the citizens, the complicity of the Air Force, the security agencies, and you allow Nigerians to becoming like that. It's not possible. Even if you're a billionaire, or even those billionaires are those sponsoring, most of them are those sponsoring those terrorists. So that is why these things are happening. Today, we say we are slaves. Me, all my life, I never blame a white man for what Africa is facing. Look at what Wike is doing. Wike has held the rivers people Wike is terrorizing rivers people. Is it the white man that say Wike terrorize rivers people? Is it the white man that say Wike not eating the money of river state people with the president? They hold them. They hold the citizens. Now, no good infrastructure, nothing is being done in River State because of Wike. Is it the white people that said you should do that? It's not. Is it the white people that say Tinubu go and buy this aeroplane? Tinubu go and do this? Tinubu go and do this? Hold their people to ransom. Don't do anything good for your country. Is it the white people? It's not the white people. Let us not be deceiving ourselves. White people. White people are not. Are we not a white man's country? How many of them have killed us? How many of them have destroyed us? We are in white man's country today. Many of us are in white man's country, but things are going normal. What their citizens eat is what you eat. The job their citizens have is what you have. But in Nigeria, it's not like that. In the east, in the south, how many of them have good job in Abuja? How many of them have a good job in Abuja? Nothing. The jobs are being passed to some people who are not even educated, who didn't even go to school, who didn't qualify for those jobs. That's where the jobs are going. They didn't go to school, but the jobs are given to them. In the south is that this oil and this mineral, all this that is coming out from Nigeria, their people are not even giving those jobs. So we make ourselves to be slaves. We make ourselves to be slaves. And that is why we are our own people, our own black people make us to be slaves. Not the white people. I'm here in a white man's country. I've been in many different countries. I've never been a slave there. But in Nigeria, where Nigerians are slaves to their own people. How can in Nigeria, some people now are buying states? Tinubu is in control of Lagos State, enslaving people there. Wike is in control of Rivers State, enslaving people there. Upon he's the minister in Abuja. He's enslaving people there. The people cannot do anything. What is his name? Nnamdi Kanu is in jail today. They prison him. Easterners cannot protest. If they protest, they kill them. Are we not slaves in our country? But Boko Haram people have been released. Even after killing people, they have been released. After killing people, they have been released. Then mocking those that are killed, mocking their families. How can you people do those in IDP camp? They're giving nothing. But those who kill people are being given jollof rice, being given money, giving anything, everything they need. They are being paid. Most of them are being paid. Most of them are giving money. Most of them are just giving cars to stop killing while you have the military. Not because there's no military, but the government doesn't want to kill. They doesn't want even to deal anything to them. They just want them to control killing people. So we are slaves to us. Our people make us to be slaves. And when we go out, let us not stop complaining. If our country is good today, I'm telling you, South Africa cannot insult us. No country in Africa can insult us. Even in the world, no country in the world can insult us, can insult Nigeria. No country. Let me tell you, when this xenophobia started earlier, when South Africa got their distance, South Africans we are not attacking Nigerians. They never attack Nigerians. They can attack Zimbabweans, they can attack other visitors, but they cannot attack Nigerians. It's only recently they start attacking Nigerians. Why? Because they see that the government in Nigeria is bad. They see that the citizens in Nigeria are bad. They see that the citizens in Nigeria are not cooperating. That's why they start attacking Nigerians. They see that we're not together. We are not one. We are coming to their country to do. Our ministers, our presidents are using our money anyhow. But in their own country, it's not like that. The corruption is reduced in their own country, but in our own country is the city of corruption. Nigeria is where the corruption, the whole world. Nigeria is where the corruption is. Even the church today is corrupt. Everybody is corrupt. Who made Nigeria to be corrupt? Like it's our leaders. If our leaders have been good, manage our resources, how can we be going out like cockroaches? We cannot be going out. South Africans cannot go out like the way we are going out. Namibians cannot go out like the way others are going out because they have good infrastructures. They have social security. They have all these things which help their country, but Nigeria we don't have. But we come to claim we are giant of Africa, giant of nonsense.
Okay, can you round up?
You see? So that's the problem. So let nobody start blaming South Africa that they didn't give this man, that they didn't allow this one to come in. Even whoever it is come to South Africa, even this donor, even the president of this can come to South Africa. They will never allow him on as long as it doesn't keep to their law. South Africa is a country of law. That bill.
All right.
He knows that in Nigeria he can do that and go away, but he can't do it. He can let him know that he cannot do it in South Africa. If you are coming to South Africa, you want to come and there, you cannot. They cannot allow you because it's a country of law.
All right. Thank you so much, Benson Emmanuel. This country of law, where has the law gone now? Because I see one madman with a hairgear walking around and beating people and killing them in the street of South Africa. Why is the law not applying to that guy that is breaking people's shops and those things in South Africa?
It's unfortunate, KJ. These people, they have personal issues with Nigeria, which I understand, but those personal issues have got nothing to do with the questions that are being set right now.
Yeah, so that's so South Africa is not really a country of laws. Let's not, misplace this.
Don't leave them with their bias.
Man walking around the street and breaking people's shops and that. It's not an immigration officer. It's not a government official. It's not an immigration officer. It's not a police. But the police are standing by and watching them do all those terrible things. So I don't think they are really a country of laws. Let's not miss that. If they decide not to give Rabiu, visa, it's okay, but not because they are law-abiding country. Yeah, South Africa is a.
The guy spent his time arguing about his
Mr. KJ. Mr. KJ, let me tell you, South African citizens, they have right in their own country. They have right in their own country.
Do they have right to take the land back? What do you mean?
Take what?
Their land.
Which land? Yeah, they're trying to do that.
Which land?
Also. You know how many people that are being killed? Let me tell you about this land issue. Let me tell you about this land issue.
No. You're taking
Let me tell him about this land issue. The issue of land is that the money for now is still in the hands of the white people.
Listen.
But again,
exactly.
Let me tell you. The black people. Let me tell you, there was a time the black people were complaining that they are not given anything, this, that. Then these people empowered them. The government empowered the black people. You know what they did with the money? They used the money and buy high cars instead of investing the money.
So listen now, Bessie. You're not hearing us. Listen to what I'm saying. It's not. Let's not. Yeah, I know Nigeria is bad though. I know talk say our country no bad. But when you come to talking about a country that maintains law, South Africa is not better than us. The person beating people and taking people they are shocked. They are not police people. They are killing fellow Africans on the streets of South Africa. What the police doing about that? Is that not a crime? They are going to loot people's shops. Is that not a crime? They are going to give people, even those who have official paper, telling them we'll give you from now till Monday. You don't get out of you. Whatever happens, is that a country that is lawful? Let's not go there. But your point has been made. But I just want to put on record that that they are not anything better than what's going on.
Put it on record that it's a useless point. He spent 5 minutes doing useless.
Okay. No.
You are very useless. You are very useless. You respect yourself. Come on, get out, my friend. I'm making you useless. Listen, look at this.
We have had peace.
Come on, get out, my friend.
Let's end that way.
I'm telling you. You see, the KJ, let me tell you.
Oh, God.
The other time, I told you that Tinubu was part of those who bring these terrorists into Nigeria. He said no. But later on the other day, Tinubu tell you Buhari is him. What does that show you? I told you start asking again another question.
Okay,
they have their own law. They don't want foreigners to come and break their law. You are talking about what South Africa they're breaking shops. My brother, do you know what foreigners are doing in South Africa? Do you know what they are doing in South Africa? They cannot. Those people your own people cannot do it in Nigeria. Other people cannot do it in Nigeria.
Benson,
Africans are even. Let me tell you. If you want me to tell you about South, I'll tell you about South Africa. They have endured. They are even. Let me. Nigerians, not the Nigerians, foreigners bring drugs, put drugs on their citizens. That person will go and start stealing money, father's money, and start patronizing their drug business.
Okay, so
have endured, no matter anything.
Is it that how the world works?
we do not advocate for people to do crime here. We are saying hold on, we are saying as Nigerians, if KJ comes to your country and he commits crime, arrest him. We didn't say leave him. We are saying that if the people in South Africa are committing crime, use the system, the police, to arrest them. Don't go and break their head or shoot them as they are doing now. Don't go to the street and loot their shops. And that's because you think that the black person or your fellow black man is the one who is the problem. But you cannot, if you go to the whites and you go and speak to them respectfully. We are simply saying that your problem is not with the black person. And I'm not saying that, listen, so that we don't get it wrong. Mr. Rabiu got there and
KJ, let me tell you one thing.
Now you have been speaking.
Let me tell you.
Let me tell you. Let me tell you. Hold on, let me tell you.
Okay.
We're not saying that he got there and they denied. He himself is not even saying they should have given him. He's saying the only reason why he's bringing this is because while sitting there, other people came without a visa and they all were able to be allowed in. Okay? And so he said if we are going to actually foster this Pan-African friendship we're talking about, these things have to be taken care of. And let me tell you, whether you like it or not, his going there will be more beneficial than those other white people they let go in. Because he himself going there to look at the business opportunities available in Southern Africa. But I would never go to South Africa. I don't even like the place. That's the truth.
Really?
Okay, so, but KJ, let me give you. Let me.
So let's
KJ,
let me tell you now.
I'm telling you, my brother. Let's just
KJ, wait now. Wait, KJ, wait. You see, let me tell you. One is this: South Africa is a violent country. That is what you have to understand. South Africa is a violent country.
Okay, so
understand. Not that they don't have law, and they keep to their law, but it's a violent country.
Okay,
you see, so that's the problem of when they're talking about law. They've been trying to maintain their law, but when they arrested Zuma, when they imprisoned Zuma, you know what happened? South Africa can rise up, they can rise and kill it, and they can destroy many things. It's not that it's not a country of law; it's a country of law. Being a violent country because of the way the apartheid treated them, the way the Germans treated them. That is why some of them do what they do. But it's not that it's not a violent, it's not a law country. They keep to their law. No matter whoever you are, no matter what, they don't discriminate in terms of keeping their law. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
All right,
Nigeria is not a violent country. That's different. But South Africa is a violent country. You understand? So if you are not been there, if you don't know about South Africa very well, South Africa, it's a violent country. So because of one, it's a drug country. Those people not even cocaine they take different type of drugs, and their country, their government is trying to see what they can do for them. Understand? So what the issue of Rabiu and not Rabiu, that is law of the country. They don't want to. They don't want. If it is Nigeria will bring him in. They can give bribe to somebody and they bring him in. But those people cannot do that.
All right.
I've already given you an example before. I said in South Africa, if a minister goes to the bank and comes to the view, they cannot allow it. It's a problem.
Wow.
Okay, now you have made. Thank you so much. I agree with what you have said. That is what you said. Great. Let's move on. Maska, welcome. Solly, welcome. Maska, you followed the debate so far. I don't know if you want to. I was trying to move, but right now we don't even have enough time. So let's just take people who are going to rant, and then Father will be waiting by the wings. If he's not there, then we may continue. But if he's there, then we'll have to vacate so that he'll come in, and then the rest can be discussed. Master, go ahead.
No, you have
before Master, you have to be.
Oh, Jago, please just so that you guys can
hold. Bros, you have to be holding yourself to your own word. You put this man in front of me, saying that I'm going next. Now you are just doing as you like.
Okay, please go ahead. Go ahead and speak.
Maska, I do apologize, but I'm having to keep our man on his toes.
It's all right. Go ahead, Jago. No issues. We are all speaking for the same country, so
indeed,
it doesn't matter who is in front of who.
I won't be long anyway. Apart from to say that if true be true, I should have been right after Ovier, knowing that I didn't kick myself out. Anyway, the whole idea of Pan-Africanism or of Africa trading within its continent and becoming a more powerful state within this world and taking its rightful place on the global stage is down to infrastructure, largely. The infrastructure is not there. The peoples who are set to put the infrastructure in place, they're playing games generally with our lives and with our time. The fact that there is not a railway that connects us is appalling. The fact that you have to take a plane outside of the continent in order to come in at the cheapest and most viable level is a big issue. I mean, the stupidity of it doesn't seem to be beyond African leaders. They are happy for their people to be going to Europe in order to travel back into the continent. Pathetic. The level of airspace that we control in the world is next to zero. Yet you have small nations like Qatar who have global airspace to make sure that their small amount of citizens can travel where they want to go. There is no communication or connectivity between Africa and the Caribbean, Africa and the Black world generally. It's appalling because this is where there's an economy. There are people that actually want to travel directly to Africa. Yet at this stage, there is no straight journey from, let's say, Nigeria to Jamaica. Not one. They pronounce it, but it's not happening. You see, West Africa is one of the most important regions of the world, and the West know it. And Nigeria is the biggest economy in that West African arena. Yet, Nigerians are the most hated, the most disappointing, and the most lackluster, I believe, in terms of its leadership, making sense of what West Africa should and could be. I believe that, yes, Africa, continent-wide, should be connected. But if you can't even start in your own backyard, in your own corner, then to speak of the greater Africa is almost like it's a pipe stream. It's a pipe stream. It's such a shame that we are in the state that we are in. And it's such a shame, it's down to our leaders. But it's a greater shame that our people generally are not conscious. And the education system in a country like Nigeria is appalling. If the education system had any nous, they'll educate the next generation to come into prowess. Why? Because even through our half-educated people, we are storming ahead. To be factual, there's no other African really that you can compare to a Nigerian. And really, that's quite poor. It's not a boast. It's quite poor. It means that if Nigerians are stupid, what are the rest of Africans? What are the rest of us? Because the whole of Africa is still looking, as much as they dislike us, they are still looking for us to perform.
Okay.
I don't think we understand our responsibility in that Nigeria. I'll leave it there in order for Masker to have his turn.
All right, thank you. Masker.
All right, thank you, KJ, and good evening, everybody. Good evening, Ovie, even though I see he's absent. Bonaventure OT, good evening. Man of Prestige, the one and only Jagun, and I don't know why people keep changing their names. It was Boom Boom Ray. I think that's it's a more amenable name. Benson and Soli. All right, I actually joined. Okay, so I've been listening at the background, and I actually joined because of what OT was saying. But with the discussions, I think his evil is a lesser evil. So I may just decide to ignore it. But let me just highlight it, because his question was, he was criticizing capitalism, and that we should ask questions
The
about
economic system
that we would practice. And in my mind, I'm like, see, this is the problem with us Black people. Okay, you leave the major issue in front of you, you go and start asking why the star is looking the color it's looking, something that you might not reach. The point I'm making, I don't think a single country in this time and age can decide the type of economic system it will practice. Because in the end, what you are simply saying is that you now go into what is called autarky, where you lock your borders, everything is within your own country. And I don't think that is a progressive mindset. So I don't think the discussion for we Nigerians, or even Black people now, is in terms of debate on the economic system. But like I said, I have seen bigger issues that I think are more pertinent. And I'll start with you, KJ, because I think you kind of started it and you encouraged it by saying that you think we are the ones doing ourselves and not the white people. And for me, that is very symptomatic of the root cause of our problem as Black people. You know, if you know the level, the depth to which the white people go to make sure that we are nothing but puppets, you will be amazed, KG. You will be amazed, and you will not be surprised that things are going the way they are. Let me start with a simple example that you guys have spoken about. The refinery, for instance. Why do you think suddenly a Nigerian government will wake up and start issuing these licenses? Why? Let me use a proverb that we very well know, that, you know, they say that the witch, is it the witch or the owl cry at night, and in the morning the baby is dead? Okay? Look, if I remember David Hundain saying something long time ago, like about a year or 2 years ago, where some foundation reached out to him, even before the Dangote refinery come on stream, that he should go on and criticize that refinery. Go and check that video. It's there online.
I know I followed it.
And when he checked, these are white people trying to sabotage this thing. There is no single white man that is going to be happy that we are producing our own oil in Nigeria. Now, so let me take you guys back to history. The Black people are not like this before. Go and check. I'll give you like 5 names. Somebody like Azikiwe, Enahoro, Kwame Nkrumah, Abdul Jamal Nasser, Ahmed Sekou Patrice Lumumba. Go and check how close all these people were in 1958, 59, 60, 61. They were holding what they call the All African People's Conference, where they were saying that, okay, you white people had scrambled for Africa. It's now time for you to scram from Africa. And I would recommend a book for you, especially UKG, White Malice. I can't remember, it's a lady that wrote it. It was an expose that even in 1958, CIA was already putting up foundations that they were sending to all these conferences to make sure. And so if you fast track who killed Patrice Lumumba, it was CIA. That thing was on public TV. I watched it on, I think, CNN or something, where a CIA person was telling us how they even put Patrice Lumumba's body into acid. I can tell you the story what France did to Sekou Touré when they declared independence. The truth is that even on this platform, I can put it to you that CIA is monitoring all of us. This is what we must know, we must acknowledge. These people are putting millions and millions, if not billions of dollars to make sure that we don't move out of the confine they put us. Because we are very significant. Let me put it to you. The bombs that they drop in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, where do you think that the uranium came from? Where?
Monsieur.
Yeah, Boom Boom Ray, you are saying something.
I said Niger.
No, Congo. So, look, the truth is that you are right. Our leaders should not do what they are doing, but the mistake is to say that these are our leaders. If you leave this, like 5-7 people I mentioned, people like Sokotoro, Kwame Nkrumah, it's long. Let's acknowledge and understand that it's long since we have leaders. What we have had is agents that are being foisted on top of us. They may not even know it. Just to look, KJ, these people are deep people. They don't do things on the surface or the periphery. So let's not belittle the interference that is in our affairs. If things are not working well, we must really understand that there's a big force that is scuttling every attempt that we make. We've had good leaders, but every good leader that you see come up, what will be his story? They will kill him. If we don't acknowledge that fact, we will continue to miss the point. Yes, we should take responsibility, but the crop of people that are in leadership positions in Africa, these are people we know that they put them up. If a classic example was the same Congo, what's the name of this guy that had houses in France? The man that was wearing leopard skin.
Mobutu Sese.
How long did Mobutu rule? Mobutu was put up by these people. And he was plundering the whole place, and they were okay with that. Any leader you see, look at all the African leaders now. Look at it now. We should use our sense. The problem is not with us, black people. I've given you an example. Go and check these 7 people. They were Pan-Africanists. They were going to all the miles and lengths to make sure that this continent is a good place. But those that want to keep us where we are have started long before we wake up. But at least let's acknowledge and understand that there is a big interference in our affairs. If we belittle it, it will be at our own peril. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Maska.
Sorry. Hello.
Maska. Is it the Europeans that put wicked here to start terrorizing people that there's no progress in reverse today? Is it the white people that tell wicked to cannot do what is doing reverse?
This is why. So okay, let me respond to. Sorry, Oti, let me just before I come to you, Oti, let me respond to Benson. It is not for me and you to argue, Benson. It's for us to all sit down and ponder. It's not for me and you to be winning arguments. If it is not them, if you win the argument that no, it's not them that put wicked there, it still leaves us where we are. The evidence are there for everybody to see. And to take one single individual and make him the litmus test shows the kind of depth of our thinking.
No, sorry, Maska.
Wike is not, sorry, Oti, just a minute. So are you now telling me, Benson, that the white people have never put up any leader or have not killed any leader?
No, he's not saying that. He's not saying
that.
No,
they have. But I want to ask you, Mr. Maska, Malaysia, Singapore, they're like black country. Malaysia is like black country. You know that? Ghana is also. Namibia is also. South Africa. But why don't you progress? Why were you not progressing?
Ghana, listen.
Namibia, they have discipline. South Africa, why are they progressing?
Okay. Can I come?
If our progress, the yardstick is Ghana, I think we are not.
Don't forget about Ghana. Malaysia. Talk about Malaysia. Talk about Singapore.
Okay.
Talk about Namibia. Talk about Botswana. Talk about those South Africa. Talk about those people. Why those are not there?
Mr. Benson. Okay, now.
I've spoken a lot. I've been quiet here. Can I just?
Yes, go ahead, Oti.
Okay, sorry. And yes, Maska. Okay, I agree with you. my agreement with this is this, that we are not just here to win arguments, right? Point scoring. I'm not interested in that. But at least we can have proper analysis of the problems we're facing and have understanding. Okay, that's something that will help us. Okay, so now it's really, we should have so much debate about this, because what you're saying, yes, there's there's element of that interference but again, equally, that responsibility is something we cannot escape from. We cannot avoid it. It's our
Okay,
so hold on,
let me make it quick. No, don't worry, I agree with you also, but let me make it quick. Okay, if the point I'm making, if I'm consistently having a problem and the problem looks very funny, what I'm saying is simply, if our leaders are consistently acting in a funny way, then we must ask ourselves why. And if we don't ask that why,
sorry, excuse me, and hold on, excuse me, and Benson answered you this way, pointed. There's no need for navel gazing, right? Something that we can understand. We understand, look, individuals, their greed, their miseducation, their ignorance. So it's not something. Why should you begin? Blame somebody, a foreign element, a foreign agent for that? Okay,
because it's there.
Excuse me.
No, please don't say that again. God. These people are here with us in this country. Don't say foreign. What does that mean? Are you telling me that
foreign? Excuse me.
Is that what you're suggesting?
Excuse me. They
are
foreign.
The people are here embedded.
Hold on.
And they have compromised a lot of our leaders. What do you mean by foreign?
When I mean foreign,
the enemy is within.
Sorry, look, the enemy. See, what we're talking about is,
I'm just against the word foreign. Don't use the word foreign. There's nothing like foreign. These people are all over the place.
Okay, look, they are foreign. They are to the extent that they're not part of us. Okay, they're our enemies.
Part of us. This is the point. That's the point. They are actually on top of us.
So look, excuse me, they are not. They are foreign.
Because you guys don't know these things.
No, listen, Benson. What Maska is saying. What Maska is saying is very, very distinct. These people are no longer foreign. They are our people who have taken over a position of the foreign.
Yes.
That's what it's
Hold on, excuse me.
And now the ones.
Excuse me. Sorry,
Mr. KJ, why these people are not in Malaysia?
Why do you make the
Why they're not in Namibia? Why they're not in Botswana? Why they're not in many places that are progressing? Why?
Hold on.
So why then? Okay, excuse me. If they are not strangers, they are not foreign. Okay, they are one of us. So then why do we have to look for, this somebody, external, or look for the cause or the solution?
Okay, maybe let's hear from Soli. Let's hear from Soli.
So that this point,
KJ, you passed me 5 times, bro.
No, I'm sorry, I'm rounding up. I'll just hear from you.
We need to begin to learn.
You're rounding up. You've passed me 5 times. I don't complain. Like, come on.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, guys, calm down. We have passed. This guy.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Can we just have him speak so that we can?
Yes. Okay, Masker. And also, let me ask you. Now, the kind of when
no, I'm not going to answer any question. Me, I've made my point. I will let it. What you want to think?
Oh God, can you just wait? You don't have to answer, but let me. I'm posing the question to you. You don't have to answer, okay? Now, so you talked about
we shouldn't.
Can you just quiet?
My point. I'm not going to sit here and be answering your questions. If you don't believe me,
answer my question.
No. There's somebody who has said that they haven't spoken. He's been missed out. Why are you now going to talk over? I beg, carry on, Joe.
Masker. So now the question about
see that guy is ignoring everything. You're very rude, though.
No, sorry, excuse me, Jagun. It's not your turn, okay? Can you keep quiet, please?
It's not yours. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not yours. Crazy man.
Thank you. Now, KJ, can I finish what I was saying in a minute?
Tell him no.
KJ.
Okay, so let's move ahead. We think we have done more than we need to do. Soli, can we hear from you, please?
Dude,
you've missed
passed
somebody
me
out,
5 times, bro, and I've been
don't do that.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Boom Boom Ray. Can you speak now? Soli will come to you after.
Yeah, I have no problem with everybody speaking, but I don't complain about, oh, I have to speak. I don't do that. What I don't get on here, and I'm still going to come to my brother OT, because one of the things I wanted to speak about
Someone's disturbing us with music.
Is that beautiful music is disturbing you, Jacqueline?
Okay. A little bit, bro. Is it you?
Yeah. One of the things I wanted to talk about was his statement about the economic system based on what G brought up. But this is taking an interesting turn because of what Masker said, and I want to speak on that a little bit. And what I'll start off by saying, I don't understand, and I will never understand why it's so hard for an African, not just a black person, an African, to realize that the number one problem facing black Africa today, no matter where we meet ourselves, no matter where you were born, no matter where you were raised, no matter where you live, is that there is a group of people, namely Caucasians, at the top hierarchy of the world, the West, that is determined to keep Africa and subjugated, not just Africa as a body, black people based on your skin color on the bottom. I understand a lot of y'all are proud of your jobs to go make these billionaires richer. And again, I'm not a proponent of communism or socialism, and I'm not against the capitalist system of government because I am an ardent capitalist. I love the system, the economic model. I love it. But for you to not understand what Masker is trying to say, and I've come on here a lot of times and I've had pushback from, namely like G-Day and forefathers, and Masker is saying something very pertinent. And I don't think this applies to OT, because OT obviously is very versed, especially when he talks about market systems and the forces and the governmental systems. So he does understand these things. I'm not going to mention anybody else because I don't want to seem like I'm putting anybody down. But Masker is very right. I think sometimes it goes, and maybe we have to have some, I don't know if empathy is the word, we have to have some sort of empathy for those that do not understand. So if you do understand these things, but you're still agreeing with it, the subjugation of Africa is what I'm talking about, and black people, then there's got to be some deviousness underneath your proclamations. And why do I say there's some sort of deviousness? Now let's take it back home. When you ask an ardent Biafran, if you think Nigeria is so corrupt and Nigeria is so bad, aren't you the same ones electing these leaders? What the Biafran always tells you is that, well, they're forced on us by the Nigerian system. It is Abuja. We really don't want these people. And you'll see, whenever we break up the country and we have Biafra, we're going to have a different set of leaders. But then it comes to Masker's position now that can't you see that the West is insistent on keeping Africa down by making sure we have certain kind of leaders, not in the likes of Lumumba, not in the likes of, he mentioned the Egyptian leader, what was his, Kwame Nkrumah, Abdul Nasser. Traore, he mentioned all these people.
Yeah, even
but all of a sudden you're willfully blind to this. And this leads to what Jagan also said. There was something Jagan said that I think flew over everybody's head. He said, why doesn't Africa, our closest relatives on the other side of the continent, for good reason, because they took our ancestors over there, why doesn't Africa have free movement through the Caribbean or between the Caribbean and Africa? And everybody seems to have missed it. And why don't we have these things? Because there are treaties in place. Again, when I first met Jide, I think this was our first argument. They weren't getting it. And I think Masca had to come in that day too. Ovi was there, Jagan was there, of course, and we were trying to explain to himself and forefathers how there's this coerced and planned subjugation of Africa to stop us from developing economically, and in fact, in all ramifications of things that could propel the development of Africa. To the issue of why we do not have this contact transport-wise, go look at how, for example, the Open Skies agreements are formulated. Go look at how the air agreements are written. They're written in such a way that you cannot, without getting to Europe or North America, you cannot come directly to Africa. But they also stop these African or these Black countries from being able to access free movement to those places without these strenuous impediments to seek visas. So you have to seek a visa to go to Europe or North America, but they're not going to give it to you before you get to Jamaica, and vice versa. So I don't understand, and I don't understand how you say you can't see these things. This is all open. And no, sorry, let me just finish, please. So to the economic system part of it, I don't know. I was trying to figure out, and I've heard you speak on these things before. Are you a communist or a socialist? Because you said what?
All right. No, I just wanted to say.
Sorry, I'm not. Okay. Are you asking me?
No. We're not going.
No, I just want to finish with that because listen, when we look at the system the world currently runs, it is relatively new. This education system, the financial system, the economic system, all put together by the Rockefellers and the JP Morgans and the Schwabs and all of them. So in this regard, OT, I agree with you that we don't necessarily have to do things in the same mode as the West. Maybe we have to look for an economic system or a governmental system that will suit our traditions and cultures and our understanding of our society. But to that, I'll just
see. We don't have enough to be able to do good.
Okay. So this is what I'm going to do next time. I'm not going to be I'm not going to be polite anymore. I'm going to start complaining like everybody else and saying, "Oh, it's my turn." Like, you know what I mean? So yeah.
No, that's myself, bro. You don't know the score now.
What I'm saying is, what you're speaking about will require a lot of time for us to trash it out, and I'm already pressed for time because there's another show that was started by like 53 minutes ago.
No, I understand. It's okay. It's cool.
So I need to round up and then let the
sorry, KJ.
I understand. I'm just playing around. I understand.
With the forefather show, we can go there and trash it out. No wala.
Okay. Thank you so much. Solly.
Yeah, sorry. So a lot of the topics that they are not really my topic, except for the one that Shea Makinde,
if not be your topic, make we go back to Boom Boom Ray now. I don't know why you cut him half. You cut him half, man. It's not fair. It's not fair.
So with Shea Makinde, I think he's just trying to be petty. He wants to cut off, maybe his article that sent him message. He wants to cut off some votes in the Southwest because obviously he will chop some votes, but he's not going to be Nigeria's president. Then what I expected to see, but I didn't see, was that Labour Party is not giving Alex Otis the ticket again. Hey God, wow, that is so. I can't even. I don't even. Can he run as an independent candidate? He can't leave the party anymore now. They've passed the primary final dates. I'm trying to attach a word to it, but I can't get the words to my head right now. But that was such a criminal move, and it's the people of Abia State that are going to suffer from it, So yeah, that's just it. As for the South Africans and I don't know why we discuss about South Africans. Their intellect is below us, We should never be taking them seriously. And when you are talking about the white man, I think the time of blaming the white people is expiring. It's our own people that are doing the work right now. It's our own people doing the groundwork. Even if you expose all these things, you show them how the white man coordinated everything, they are not going to change. Some of them believe that they deserve where they are right now is where they deserve to be. Some people deserve to be poor, some people deserve to be rich, and nothing should change. And the youths now, they are looking for savior. They have savior complex. That's why you have the likes of Randy Peter, Aisha Yusuf, Very Dark Man. They don't want to work. They don't want to hold their local governments accountable. They are looking for somebody to, always champion. Just at the end of the day, it's just because they don't just want to work. It's just because they don't want to do anything. So that brings a problem in the society because Nigerians don't know how to counsel people. So that means if somebody comes up, does a little bit of eye service, does a little bit of good, and the person starts doing bad, Nigerians will start defending them. We're seeing right in front of our eyes, because when people say, oh, how does Tinubu have supporters even though they are suffering? Yes, because Tinubu did good for them once, and Nigerians cannot cancel anybody. So no matter what bad Tinubu does, they will always support him. And that is what you are seeing in Very Dark Man. Nobody wants to hold anybody accountable just because of small eye service. So Nigeria is not changing anytime soon. But is Nigeria going to be destroyed? Is Nigeria going to crumble? No, definitely not. Nigeria has always favored the rich. Nigeria has always favored people that are connected. If not, England will not be investing so much money in Nigeria. So all the people that are hoping that Nigeria is going to crash and crumble and then you build it up from scratch, they play. Rich people are enjoying Nigeria so much right now. All their property and their net worth is just increasing in value. So it's the poor people of Nigeria that are keeping Nigeria this way. If you want to say the truth, Tinubu just needs 25% in each state. That's just it. Let's just hope that we Nigerians, anyways, we are going to come back whether we like it or not. The white people are already showing signs. we're going to have to be forced to come back. So are you going to come back to a Nigeria you didn't invest in and all the international investors have taken all that you are meant to take, or are you going to go into Nigeria right now while it's muddy and try to do your best? Nigeria is where USA was, let's say, I would say how many hundreds of years ago, when the Rockefellers and co were investing in America. That's the state of Nigeria right now. So are you going to be the next Rockefeller, or are you going to be the one complaining that the Indians are killing all the white people? So that's just it. We should stop complaining. Nigeria is not perfect, but if white people and foreigners are investing in it, then you don't want to miss out, even if it's just a land in your village. Because when you come back to Nigeria, you will not be able to buy land in your village again. So people should think about that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Soli. That was interesting. And well, we all need to ask ourselves the pertinent question: which way Nigeria? We will continue to ask these questions as long as Nigeria remains a country. Right. Forefather is supposed to be gearing up right now, so let's take our rant. Ovie, you have 2 minutes for the rant. You can rant on any of the topics, but it has to be 2 minutes. 2 minutes only. Okay. No addition, no question from anybody. 2 minutes only, please.
All right, that fall into the 2.5 million votes that we are working on. So I think the conversation that we are having, especially Mascard Point and other people, two things can be true, right? There is no doubt the outside world. There's no doubt the continent of Africa is a conquered continent, right? That is what Mascard is emphasizing on. Now, to those who are saying, yes, we know that problem is that problem, what are the locals doing? I think that's also a valid question, right? Majority of Nigerians don't understand the dynamic you are introducing in Mascard, right? I don't expect them to understand. And that is where I fought that argument that leadership in Nigeria is a problem. Yeah, but leadership at what level? Right? Those men who are in power, they are gone. You don't expect them to change the status quo that get them there. In fact, you take an oath. They were so now it's not left for those people who are looking for power, right? To educate the followers that this is the way to go. But unfortunately, the trap that got the leadership who are there now there, those who are emerging leaders are also in the same trap. We are all what? Compromise. When I say we are all of us will stay for in diaspora. There's none of us that will carry the presidency now and gives a go that you can do anything, because deep down your road, for the fact that you don't live for this place, just wanting to implicate you. So in solution, we have to start educating the next generation, that nativity, the local standard, and that's where economic activity, economic system will be born. What we that are already alive now, we that are grown up, we are already key into the Western way of life. Because, as I said, they are conquered people. Now, very few countries within no country don't fight for its freedom in Africa. Let me put that way. But in the Americas, the Brazil are still struggling. They are also conquered. The South Asian is now we see China finally have come to age, fighting for their freedom. Indonesia, one of few other countries too. So if you look across the world, every problem that Mascard was pointing out, every other country they experience now. But it just depends on how you deal with it, which now brought the issue of the locals. How do you deal with it? Can we hold our leaders responsible? I think what is Jaguin is also saying, right? Because we are not in position to fight the Americans away from our shores. In fact, I'm not sure if Ghana say if they want to invade us, we could fight them off, right? So we have to start thinking locally. All these leaders, they are gone.
Ovie, relax with that Ghana talk. Relax. It has not reached that level. Don't boost those Ghanaians' ego.
So the team we did. So we need to look for. We have to start, as I said, in our next generation, because all of us will say now.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, Ovie. Bonaventure. You are muted.
Quite frankly, I don't know what to rant. I don't rant.
Okay.
You know, so I agree with people.
Just say vote for Tinubu and vote for Mamman.
Okay.
That's your right.
All right. Thank you so much. Meanwhile, I need to let you know that your fellow countryman, statesman, chief priest, didn't get a ticket. So
it's not my. Well, I know that I've had that. But it's not. I don't have. I don't have any fellowship with him.
Despite the fact that he's a city.
I'm not from his state. You know,
okay.
We're not, so.
Thank you so much. Saxonia Tin.
Yes, sir. Well, everybody has spoken well. We didn't have a chance to drag a tie today, KJ, but good show. You know, you moderated beautifully. I think you did. I understand. There's some pressures behind, and there has to be some mode of operation behind how you're doing things. So I just hope you didn't think I was antagonizing you. I think it was beautiful show. So to move on, I do agree that yes, what I was trying to bring up would require more time, and hopefully we get to do that in the next show, because it seems we all have views that we really want to put down, and hopefully Forefathers does not turn it into a monologue and allows.
Allow me to put in. There's also Rudolph are giving you guys opportunity to come up with debates. If you feel the topic, you can have one topic debated for 3 hours with anybody you choose. Here is Jagun, here is you, here is Oti.
Well, people like Oti, people like Jagun, people like Masker. I wouldn't mind discussing or debating with them. I would not mind at all, because there's a chance that if it's a debate where one person has to win, there's a probability that I could win. And why would I be able to win? Because they are intelligent people. Now, trying to put me against a wall, I'll never get across to a wall. So yeah, people like Masker, Oti, and Jagun, I wouldn't mind being put on
bring it on. Let's bring it on.
On the opposite side with them, because
Okay,
they're very.
sorry, Bonaventure said, let's bring it on. So you decide the topic.
Whatever. I'd like to talk to him. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, what topic you want to discuss, we'll talk about it. We'll put it on platform. And on Friday, we'll be here to listen to both of you. Nobody's going to
wouldn't
interrupt.
mind. In fact, everybody on, Ovi, even Soli, anybody on here today, I wouldn't mind. Even you yourself, KJ. I wouldn't mind.
Bonaventure has said he's ready to do debate you. I'm going to forward that to Mr. Rudolph, and then Friday next week we'll have both of you here.
We can say something else. That's fine.
And him, and all of us are going to be just the spectators, nothingness. Okay?
Yeah, that would be beautiful. We can do that.
But you guys are going to take the center stage. That's just it.
That'll be fine. Yeah, no problem.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. I will let Dr. Rudolph know that. Thank you. And let's move on real quickly so we can move on to Forefathers. Mr. Benson, are you there?
Okay.
Sorry, Jagun. Jagun.
Jagun already spoken before now. It's not that.
No, he has his 2 minutes to rant.
Mr. Benson. Thank you. I'll take 2 minutes. My first minute would basically be about the channel in terms of a rant. This channel is very important, I believe. And I know it's not about what I think or what I believe the channel should be. I've accepted that the channel is what it is. And I've also accepted that the way forward may not be pronounced from this channel, which is a bit of a shame. But what I detest, and I don't blame any individual moderator, but if rules are rules and rules are to be respected, then those rules should go cut right across the board so that people can behave. Me, I would misbehave if I see rules are just being truncated. The fact that a moderator, and I don't call you out here, KJ, but most moderators, although we're just human beings, we can accept this, but most moderators behave in accordance with their own spirit, as opposed to be following the law or the rules or just being fair. I think it's important that fairness is portrayed on this platform. Why? Because we are Nigerians, which means we all come from an extremely unfair and imbalanced society. We shouldn't be showing that here. That's my first rant. My second rant, my goodness, I might have forgotten. My second rant is, yes, I do believe I've forgotten, so please move on. Sorry about it. Only one side.
All right, thank you. Benson.
Okay, my ranting is this. Nigeria is not a violent country. Some countries are violent, like South Africa, they are a violent country. And it being violent doesn't mean that they don't have law. They try to keep to their law. And they don't want people to come and they break their laws. Even they can break it, it's their country. But in Nigeria, the citizens don't break the law. People who break the law in Nigeria are their leaders. There are so many preferences in Nigeria. which makes us not equal. That is why we are going where we are going. People are giving preference to do whatever they want to do, but others are not. There is too much nepotism in Nigeria. There's too much tribalism in Nigeria. Nigeria, for me, doesn't behave like a country that wants to move forward. The nepotism in Nigeria is too much, and that is why things are not going well. Common and Nigeria, for me, I don't know, because even common election, we can't organize common election. Today, people are talking about they know Tinubu is going to rig the election, and even if you rig the election, what will happen is that, and people keep quiet. So if we cannot be rigging the election, if the election are being continued to be rigged, tomorrow we are blaming the white, we are blaming this, we are blaming that. How would the country move forward? We don't know what we are missing by not bringing good leaders. If a good leader, or if people, not even a good leader that people will choose to rule them, if they are not given the opportunity to rule them, then that means it's a problem. We can't move forward. And all those who cannot to blame the white, like Soli said, the time of blaming the white people or white is at least we're supposed to stop that by now. But Burkina Faso, you know Burkina Faso that shunned these white people? They are moving forward. So why can't we? Malaysia, Singapore, Namibia, Botswana, all these people, white people supposed to take over their country or to disturb, but they are not. But because of the greed, Nigeria is so greedy. The people in Nigeria are so greedy. I don't know whether greedy was born in Nigeria. We come to help some people. Hey, these are billionaires. These billionaires, how did they make their money? How did they make their money? They subdue the people and make their money. And today we are hailing them. And we think that we can move forward. We think that we can grow. These places, they say there's no law in South Africa. South Africa don't hail anybody. They hail no. Even if you're a billionaire in South Africa, they don't know who you are. They don't want to know whom you are. They only want to know what you are doing. Let me be. If you go into this office, let me go into that office. If you have that opportunity, let me have that opportunity. That's where they are moving. In as much as for me, it's a violent country because of they're not violent because they want to be violent. They are violent because of what the Boers did to them. The Boers did destroy their mental. That's the problem. So that is why the country is like what they are today.
All right.
But in terms of is the time over?
Yes, they're out of time, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay. Happy New Year.
Hey, Happy New Year.
All right. But again, one Jagun before one day I slap him from here. I will slap him for one day from here. I want him. I don't like with his beards. Like he look like Osama bin Laden.
As you are slapping me. Now Kung Fu you go receive.
I will slap you one day from here. Osama bin Laden.
All right.
Osama bin Laden. I will slap you one day.
You need to understand when Jago is in Ire mood. That's what he's feeling right now.
Somebody is still in the pin.
Can we hear from Master, please?
Okay.
Hello, KJ. Did you call my name?
Yes, I said you have 2 minutes.
Okay, well, I think I'll just cycle back. There's a very good analogy Boom Boom Ray gave, which I think every single Southeasterner can relate to. The excuse is that the people that are political leaders in the Southeast, what do you normally call them now? They are hoisted upon
imposters.
They are imposters. This is the same. There's nothing different here. There's nothing different. It's as simple as the guy put it. It's like there's somebody inside your house. You go and light fire somewhere. You off it. You go and sneak into another corner. Put fire there. The man is inside your house. If you don't fish that man out and understand that he's a dangerous imposter, you're wasting your time. That's what I don't need 2 minutes. That's where I will stop.
All right.
Spot on.
Thank you so much. Soli. 2 minutes.
I thought we were done with our rounds and we're just closing up. I don't
just campaign for the goal, campaign for the cause. 2.5 million.
Well, my own campaign is towards 2031. You know, I don't see anybody defeating the incumbent right now. You know,
Hallelujah.
No, it's not hallelujah. Oh.
So who's your pick for 2031?
Well, I would say that APC is going to, you know, once Tinubu leaves that position, every man for himself, you know, and people will be very angry, very, very angry. People will want to revenge, not like the revenge of 2020 October NSAS, this thing, and that they just forgot about it. People are not good because Tinubu is going to win this election any means possible, and he doesn't care who sees them. They are going to do it bare face in front of everybody. So Nigerians are going to want to fight for their votes in 2031.
And you find that funny and perhaps interesting?
It's interesting because Nigerians
and
are
funny. And funny?
Yes.
Good.
It's funny. You shouldn't be blaming me. Go and blame the people that are not fighting for their votes, that are looking for savior to come and save them, instead of them to go and challenge their local government chairman. Currently, Nigerians are lazy and they want to outsource their savior to somebody else. They don't want to fight for their rights. If you think I'm lying,
so what do you mean by savior? Sorry.
Okay, why are they looking for somebody like? No, let's discuss this. Why are they looking for somebody like VDM?
It's called participation.
Participation. What are they participating in? Cleaning gutter.
Yes.
They are participating in cleaning gutter.
Political action.
Okay, it's not. It's not a question.
Let's have this discussion.
No.
Please, I beg you in the name of God.
No.
Please now.
No, it's a rule now. You just chat for 2 minutes. That's all. We're closing the program. And that program is starting. You can go there and continue now. It's not done that way now, bro.
Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, Soli. We'll meet you on another program. Mr. John.
KJ, it's nice to see you briefly and the fellow panelists. You know, any opportunity I have, I'd love to be with you as quick as possible. I don't have so much around than to say. I think they should not waste money to campaign or Nigerian money for 2027. They should just use that money for the infrastructure somehow, instead of the campaign of a bloody campaign. No, there's no need for that. There's no those that believe that they have someone that will save Nigeria from all those politicians. I think that's being naive. None of them have a chance, and none of them have anything it takes to take us to the next level. 2031, hopefully, but with all of that, I'm not hopeful. I believe the only way we go from here is for Nigerians to take their destiny in their hands and push back on those people that are mortgaging the born and the unborn Nigerians. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. John.
How do Nigerians take?
No, Mr. Oti, he's not going to answer that question. No, it's gone. Time for questions is over. All right, we'll come to forefathers. Forefathers, you're right.
Yeah, thank you, KJ. Thanks for having me on the platform. Greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and the viewers. I guess I wanted to just start with some of the confusion that seems to be going on. I would have thought we are over this by now, because most of the people that are here are regulars on this channel. When we are talking about either blaming white people or holding ourselves accountable, which all should know by now that both can be true. I don't understand why we are still in this debate. We've been having it for years now. Both can be true at the same time. If somebody goes and robs you on the street, is that person responsible for it, or you are responsible for being there on the street? Both can be true. Are you going to say the robber that robbed you is not to be blamed? You should blame only yourself. It's like, why are we having this argument? It's like, this is sometimes, you guys hate me, but I don't know where, the reason why you hate me because you don't like to move forward. with your way of thinking. You don't want to learn anything. We've been talking about this for ages. This person will come and say it's white people only. The other side will say it's us only. No, it's two of them. Two things can be true. Depending on how you look at it. Let's be a little bit more informed about these things. We come here all the time. Jesus Christ. Regarding killing a terrorist leader, good thing that they were able to do it in terms of with the Americans, but it doesn't mean anything. We've heard of all these terrorist killing before. They kill they kill these things Sikarizon, and they've never really defeated any terrorist group before. And we all know the solutions, but if we don't choose to do it, we will carry on like this Rofo method. And that's why Iran, with all the bombing they've done in Iran, they have more power supply than we have in Nigeria. We are not under sanction. We have not been bombed by you. Even UAE bombed Iran. UAE bombed Iran. Saudi Arabia bombed Iran. Israel bombed Iran. This is America bombed Iran. Everybody is bombing it, and they still have more power than us. God, I don't know where our own wahala started. The way, somebody, I think it was Django that said something about fairness. Our country, we don't understand that concept. And we talk about all this is every Saturday. We think people are listening. They are not listening. They are just the same. They do it everywhere. This platform, everywhere you go, you see that pattern repeat itself over and over again. The pretend as if they are not doing it, but I don't know why they even know they are doing it. At least the generation that came before us, I don't even know whether they even know whether they are doing it. They just do it anyway. You can see it on this platform when people, they ignore the ones that they don't like and they only allow the ones that they like to speak. Not based on anything, just based on not seeing them as maybe human beings. I don't know what is wrong with us. Because if you look at Nigeria now, I've been to on platform where there will be lambasting Obasanjo. Like Obasanjo is not a good person. He did this, he did that, he did this one. But yeah, he's the only man that you cannot say is discriminating against any major group in Nigeria. Why do we hate people that are trying to do the right thing by the country? We hate anybody that tries to do the right thing. We badmouth them. It's like we are our own worst enemy. Like I said before, where some people were telling me, "Oh, why are you in Igbo country when you are supposed to be in Nigeria suffering?" Yeah? They will tell you all this. That's the kind of stuff our people do. Why are you criticizing Igbo people? Igbo people, they are not the problem. Are you going to say Anambra is not the problem too? Because you are the one that got yourself in the middle of. Why are you driving on the road when Anambra rob you on the road? That's our attitude. We don't think. I don't know what is wrong with us. So it's like I watch. Sometimes I feel like, what's the point of coming here? Even they don't learn. They simply they don't learn. They just repeat the same behavior over and over again, like they are programmed to just think one way. Sometimes I feel like when our people live here, they never check anything again. They come back and repeat the same thing the next week. They don't say, okay, everything we discuss here, let me go and check this information. I remember I had a conversation with somebody, and I told him that Obasanjo, Babangida was from Mina, that it was Nupe. And he said, no, Babangida is not Nupe, Babangida is from Hausa. I said, no. All Nigerians know Babangida as from somebody from Nupe, that is from Niger Republic. This is Niger, this is state in Nigeria. And he's in Nupe. He said, no. Later on, I went and checked, and I found that actually Babangida himself claimed that he's Hausa, even if he grew up in Niger and as somebody from Nupe. But most of our people, they will argue with you like that, and they will never go and check. I took correction immediately because I knew that, okay, that guy had information that I didn't have. And sometimes that's why you shouldn't be careless about things that you don't know. My own take is that if you want to call it a rant, it's like our people, I worry that the only time they will learn their lesson is when something drastic happens, because all this talk, they don't care. They will just come and hate you and curse you and repeat the same thing over and over again. And the fact that we are still arguing the same point about who to blame tells you everything you need to know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, forefathers. My own, I'll just say that don't be too quick to saying people are trying to cut people off from saying what they need to say. Nobody on this platform is trying to cut anybody off, especially if I'm the one moderating.
I don't have any desire to cut anybody's off, because even for me, the comment I make here is not going to change Nigeria tomorrow, and it's not important either. So I don't see myself as too important to make any comments that we have to be, I must be heard. I don't have that penchant, if you call it. So when you moderate, you find out that you have a lot of things going on. For instance, Jagun came early. That means that if there are more people on the platform, Jagun's position will be very up. I will not be able to see it, except I have to deliberately scroll up to find out if there's anybody up there. And there are many people on this platform today. That means that we have more than 3 lines of people on the platform. So that means that the first line of videos or cameras will not be open to the person moderating. I
wasn't referring to you in
particularly.
I'm just talking about something in general on how we conduct ourselves.
I have no desire whatsoever for only my voice to be heard. As a matter of fact, anywhere that, even in my family, when we're having family meetings, I don't agree that anybody should. We once we are all saying the same thing, then the meeting is closed. I say, everybody go and think, because we can't all be saying the same thing. There must be dissenting voices. There must be other people who are bringing in other kind of thoughts, not just my voice or the voice of the person who has more, who is the leader. That's not a good way of doing things. Having said that, I think I want to thank everybody who have taken their time to be with us today. It's not easy, I must say. It's not easy to sit down.
I beg, sorry, KJ, before you close, let me make a plea, I beg. 1 tiny second. Can I go ahead?
Yes.
All right. Forefather say he takes correction. So we are begging him now, since he takes correction, that we, his listeners, we are not happy with the long monologue. You should keep it to like 15 minutes, I beg, please.
No. You are not my listening. You are not telling me I'm a host. That's a different thing altogether.
You are your customer.
You are not my customer. You are not a customer now.
You are a learning moderator.
See, when Dr. Damage is done, you will let him go. I'm going to time it. I'm going to time it next time. What I'm going to do is I'm going to time it the way Dr. Damage spent time and the way PS Morgan spends time, and compare it to myself. Because my suspicion is that the reason why people don't like me talking a lot, because they disagree with me. Not because of the length of time. But we'll see. I'll compare it. So we'll see.
I won't say that. I will leave you to go and find out for yourself whether he will change his style or not. I want to thank you, Father. Thank you, 2.5 million votes for Disciple. I want to thank you, Soli. Thank you also, Maska. I don't know who Maska is laughing with, but whoever it is, I thank that person too that you are laughing with.
I was laughing with my daughter.
So that's why I'm saying I thank your daughter also for making you laugh. I'm happy that I'm seeing you laughing. So it's not about it. If we're all laughing in this country, everybody will be happy. There's no problem. All right. Thank you also, Mr. Bonaventure Oti. You guys have been wonderful. I want to thank everybody who has been with us on the comment section. Oscar Blackstone, thank you so much. You gave us a cup of tea. Thank you. Thank you too also to my dear friend Kolata. Today is not here to criticize my tie, but thank you for being also there to give us something. We appreciate it. These things you give us help us to run the channel. I mean, Dr. Rudolph is the only one so far bearing the cost. I want to thank my uncle who said I don't have the, I want to read out one of my uncle's text. He said, KJ, someone gives you his platform to moderate and you are either too selfish or too lazy to put out the link. Uncle Pansa, I put out the link. If you didn't see it, not my fault. It simply means that you didn't see it. But I thank you also for the comments. It's quite educative, and I will take correction next time. I will put it out per second. And every other person who have been here, at Dr. Adama, you've been nice to help us make sure that people see the like. Thank you also. Thank you for everyone other person who has made comment, whether you made comment in favor or against, whether you made it in whatever way you made it, you help to push this program forward.
Sorry, KJ. My apologies. See, let me make this announcement clear. if you are not going to come on my issue, don't come. See, if you are annoyed to hear me talk, don't come because my voice could irritate you even more. I will talk a lot more. The idea is that if you feel like this, what you want to hear here is enough, fine. The people that come on my channel, if you are going to come on my channel, know that we are going there to learn and we are going to speak with evidence and we're going to discuss things at the highest level possible. As a matter of fact, some of the highest level possible within our community ever.
See somebody
So
criticizing government, autocratic governance. See the person, see him.
Come on. Let's not do that. See. No, I'm not threatening anybody, not you. Why you say I'm talking to the viewers? Because the way I look at it is that we have an anti-intellectual culture, and this is why you don't see philosophers show up in Nigeria. I have proof of it now.
Hold on.
Where are the philosophers in Nigeria? Where are the philosophers in Nigeria?
Hold on, Father. Everybody who comes here has his or her own way of viewing things. You can't say we have anti. No. That's not correct.
I said we have an intellectual culture.
KJ is quite right.
Because there are no philosophers in Nigeria. There are no competent engineers on TV in Nigeria.
No, I do not.
Where are they?
The philosopher. What are you talking about?
Look at that. Are you a philosopher?
Yes.
Where are the philosophers in Nigeria?
Here I am.
I did not agree.
We have a counter-intellectual culture. Do you know they even attack you for using ChatGPT? They attack you for using Google. It's like, why? What do you want me to do? Go and read them from a tablet, from a stone tablet.
Father, it's not every time that you read Google or ChatGPT that what they're giving you is correct. If you even interrogate them, some of them tell you that what they're giving you is because of the way you put the question. So
I understand that.
So it's not because that you have done that means that every person. Look, I can beat my chest to say most of the people who have been on this program till they come here because of the knowledge and the level of discussion. So don't belittle it by what I say.
No, let's not do that. Let me ask this question. How many information have I provided here has been proven to be false? How many compared to UKG?
It's not. Hold on. You see, you are going.
No, because he's saying that I'm patronizing Nigerians. yeah. Maybe I deserve to go. So maybe I deserve to go backstage. See, I was just trying to say something, and Maska, you are the one that started this because I was just trying to say something about the people that view my channel. My own approach is that it's based on intellectual rigor, and let's get to the truth of things. And if you don't like that kind of thinking, you don't like that kind of discussion, then don't bother coming because you don't want to learn. You just want to hear, people just want to come on panel and hear their own voices.
Okay, Father, can I bring this to you?
That was not the conversation. Yes. The issue is that you don't allow people to talk too much. That's the question here.
Look at that. See, sometimes I keep quiet that I disappear. They will say I go and eat. You see all these people, sometimes they will say, sometimes I will disappear, they say I go and eat. And they say I don't let them talk. You see these people? You never win. I will not talk for 30 minutes.
Oh, Father, thank you. We need to close. And I say that because when you come here, nobody is a phantom of knowledge. Everybody has a particular form of knowledge. And because you are the professor of that course does not mean that the student who learned under you will not have his own view and understanding of what you have taught him. So if you make the conclusion that because you are the one bringing the thought means that you know everything about it, I don't agree with that. And people who come to this channel know why they come, and they keep coming, not because of me, not because of you, but because of the quality of discussion they get from people, whether they are the people from the panel or from the comment section. They come for one reason or the other. I don't want to ascribe that to myself, and I don't think I have that ability to do that. Okay, having said that, that brings to an end. Hopefully, that we can now hand over and look forward to meeting with Forefather on the place where you will now lock horns, bull to bull, head to head.
At the highest level.
At the highest level, as he has put it. So that at the end of the day, you all can have headache from discussing that high level. But until then, I want to say...
At least, Oti is very, very Chinese and intellectual, isn't he? He questions everything.
Thank you so much, Forefather. Thank you so much. Thank you, Maska. Also, thank you, 2.5 million. Thank you, Bonaventure. Thank you, Solly. Solly, thank you so much. All right. And that's it. Fourfather, thank you. You are gone. And every other person, we thank you for being a very, 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 very interesting and useful part of this discussion this evening. We shall be here next week again when Dr. Damages will have eventually be here to maybe take the first part of the program. But I want to leave you one thing, saying that, the politics has begun, so our programs are going to maybe come more often because already some things are beginning to play out in Nigeria there, and we want to discuss those things. As you all know, the chief priest has already been taken out of the race. What's this other guy? This other guy in Lagos, Edmond, whatever his name. What's his name now? The actor. He also is having running program time with the president, who doesn't feel that he should continue. And of course, I'm just hearing from the grapevine that Oti didn't get his nomination. So I don't know if that is the truth. That Solu gave us that information, but I'll go back and research. If Labour Party didn't give Oti ticket, then what's their plan? So you can now see on what we have been talking about, what Masker said today, that the people killing us are living there with us. They are there. They are there. They are your brothers, your sisters, they are your uncles, and your fathers. Because if Oti is doing such a good job and people sit in the committee and refuse to give him ticket, I don't know what their plans will be. They want to bring Ojuzo Kalu back or bring Mascot back. What's their plan? Anyway, that will be my rant for today. And like I say, always say on this program, thank you for spending your weekend with us, your Saturday. You could have chosen to be any other place, but you chose to do it with us. We appreciate you. We thank you. We hope that next week you also be here. We'll be here tomorrow with a different, fresh program. And you may want to be here tomorrow because Dr. Damages will be discussing a very important issue. Until then, we say thank you. God bless you. Bless your family. Bless your children. And take care of yourself.
1,911,844,833 naira and 46. I'll take that again. 1,911,844,000,000. 1 trillion. This money is too much for me. 1 trillion. I hope that is not the record. 1 trillion.